Wow. Let's take me back.
Hi, Craig.
Hello,
He's here.
recording.
Krieg.
It's so funny going back to the recording and hearing your own voice. Does anybody else feel that way?
Oh, don't even talk to me about that.
Listen, when I was watching Ink's video, I was like, this is so great, and then I heard myself speak, and I was like,
I know. Yeah. But I loved it so much. Oh my god. I was immediately like, who can let me show my brother, let me show everyone.
Yeah. Thank you.
Very nice.
It looks like garbage, but it means I can only get better.
It's good.
It's so great. It fills my heart with joy.
I'm used to hearing my own voice from podcasts and stuff, so that doesn't bother me. Hearing my own acting, I'm like, oh.
I was playing it in the room that my brother was in because I was like, oh my god, look, they just posted this. And then I was like, wait, I don't remember what I do in this scene. I'm gonna walk away. I was like, I have no idea. And I was like, oh no, I'm good. Okay, I come back. It was so cute.
You have a great line in that.
Yes.
Bit.
It was so fun.
Very cute metal voice. Okay, Vienna's not. Vienna, how are you feeling since the last time I talked to you?
I am feeling better. So I didn't even realize my camera wasn't on. Jesus.
Oh, nice.
I was dead this morning.
Oh goodness.
And this week, but I'm better.
Okay.
I should be okay. I just have so much shit to do, but I don't.
Well, I mean,
do it.
It might be good if there's scenes where you can just pack and do stuff like that. That just is kind of mindless with your hands. But I just wanted to say, in case we might have back of your mind possibly ending a little early today.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because Ink, have you slept?
Ink! Don't smile
That was the other one.
Yeah. Ink's been awake for 24 hours at this point.
I think I got about 30 minutes of where I was unconscious because I don't remember them. But that could have been anything.
Ink, my
That's
love.
Yeah, that's
honestly
really
probably
close
worse
to
than
the
not
8-hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I've had a shower. I'm feeling good and refreshed. I've just drunk my tea. Had all my meds. I should be buzzed.
This is gonna be the unhinged session.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Oh no.
Sleep deprivation.
I was joking with Patrick. I was like, well, if Ink and Vienna both have to leave early today because they're sleepy, we can just lock Fish and Isle in a room together, and then we find out next session if they killed each other or they made up.
Or they both
Put that in
fell
the back
asleep.
of your mind. Oh my god.
Patrick, you missed Teddy. Sorry. Go on.
I miss
So
Teddy.
baby. Teddy, my love. Teddy, who I would die for. Teddy, who I would kill for. Either way, what bliss.
We gotta go to Australia.
Yes.
Yeah. Gotta visit.
I do.
You could do that.
I
Vienna.
Yeah,
could.
you can do that. You can do that very easily. It's a lot harder for us, but you can just do it.
No.
Oh my god.
You could go see Teddy right now, just after session.
Well.
Yeah, reschedule all your flights for this weekend. Instead, make it so you're flying from Australia.
I mean, I can't do MSP to... Is it Melbourne? I'd probably be going through California anyway.
Yeah, that's
You'd probably have to go to Melbourne.
I'll take you with me in my bags.
Yeah.
Sydney?
I can pretend to be Harry.
Yeah, I think that works.
Patrick, you ready?
Oh, I got distracted by looking at IMDb. Yes, I'm ready to go.
So valid.
Patrick!
He's still thinking about the Buzz Lightyear show.
As we all are.
No,
Patrick
when
Warburton.
I said,
God, that was Patrick Warburton.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it was. When I said, when everyone was like, "Hi, Craig," I was like, "Craig," and I was like, "That was a joke in what show is it?" Okay, it was in Psych. Yeah, his name was Craig, and he kept correcting people by saying Craig, and no one could hear the difference between his name and what that name was. Who played that? Was it Craig Robinson? I think it was Craig Robinson. Let me just look it up.
It's been such a journey.
Yeah, it's very
ADHD
distracting.
brain. That's Patrick once an hour at least.
Correct.
I find him sometimes. I'll just do this very quick. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night. I had gone to bed probably about 5 hours previously. It's 4 a.m. I go to check on Patrick and see why the fuck he's not sleeping. And he's like, I'm on the house. The House Wiki. I'm reading every episode summary in season 6. Did you know it goes really downhill in season 6? I was like,
listen,
go
the
to
only
fuck
episode
sleep.
that matters in House is
I-
the one where
I
he
do
makes
go
Lady
wiki
Eleanor
diving.
head.
I did recently read the in-depth episode synopsis of every single episode of House recently. What was the other one?
Well, and then I was like, let's talk about Hannibal. And you were like, no.
Yeah.
I'm only interested in wiki diving.
all of season 1 and 2 of Hannibal, and then of the same thing.
It's big.
And then everyone's like, let's talk about Hannibal. And I was like, I don't like Hannibal that much.
Based on what you've learned.
I went on a wiki dive the other night of something that I don't think anyone here would guess. Are you familiar with the Rainbow High dolls?
Moody and I were literally just talking
yeah.
about the Rainbow High dolls.
Me and Vienna are
Moody
on the
is such a doll
constant precipice of just being like, this will be my first. The one, Victoria, with all the freckles, if I see her in stores, I'm done.
Yep.
She actually looks like you that I think about it.
Aww. Curly baby.
Yeah, I'm a big doll hoe. Always happens.
Yeah.
I feel like I wasn't, and I'm gonna blame Mooney for it.
I'm sure everybody has seen Monster High dolls.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I have an operetta.
Going through her old Monster High and selling the older ones she doesn't care about.
They're worth mad fucking money.
Yeah, because they do them
think my
differently now.
sister's already done that.
What was that?
Oh no, you're good.
Oh,
They're based on if you've ever heard of it's like a middle grade book series from like 1,000. Yes, the author wrote a book called Monster High, and then Mattel took the idea to make what?
Mattel commissioned Missy Harrison to write it.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay.
I was there.
Well, I knew
I was there,
that.
I was there 3,000 years ago.
I was also there, but I wasn't paying as close attention.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, I got a journal from and those were coming out, and I was like going through the day, and I saw oh, by the way, I was in the store, and I was looking for the Monster High dolls, but or something like that. I thought from 2013.
They were really hard to find back in the day. I will talk about Monster High for hours, so cut me off.
Yeah.
They were really hard to find back in the day. I ordered most of mine online. I would very occasionally find them in stores. But yeah, so I have the original, I think it was 2010 line. And they literally, collectors are oh, they have the gold elastic at their hip. That means they were the first ever released. And you can go on Mattel.com and buy these dolls brand new in boxes, their recreation line that they came out a year or two ago. Get that for $35. I sold a broken Draculaura for $65. Her legs fell off, and people were like, "Yeah, I want this one because she's the OG." Even though you can buy a fixed
we had
one.
Them. I think my sister has already done that, but
if
we
not,
got getting everyone that was coming out.
Yeah,
good times. I loved my Frankie doll.
Yeah.
Cute.
You are a Frankie girl. It makes perfect sense to me. I was big on Laguna. I was big on Stelita, obviously. Rochelle's very cute. Vienna was an Abby. Rochelle. Who was the Scottish one?
Lorna McNessie.
Nessie. Yeah, that was her girls, which is the most on brand possible
Adorable.
choices.
Yeah.
I wish they'd obsessed with that. Anyway.
What do you want? Hi.
He's
Hi.
just so
Oh,
You can sit there.
He just wants to give you
Oh
little
my
munchies.
god, his little
look at the face.
face.
Come on.
I'd die for you. Look at your harness.
Oh yeah, you weren't here for this, but it's he never takes his bra off.
His bra. Mm,
Here he goes.
I'm so delighted.
I hear the little. That's
Okay.
so
Session. Everybody
Ah.
almost died. That's the recap. No,
Rude.
so we had our party after the ceremony, finding out that the clan was being hunted by something they were calling the Ghost Eater, that seemed to be really interested in eating the ice hearts and the souls within them for some reason. The clan asked for help in dealing with this, and you all offered. Cal specifically went into the Ice Heart, bringing Metal and Elder Longfisher to recover the soul of the person in it who had been attacked, and before doing so, wanted to dip her toes into the nature of heresy, and so contacted her abbot, Brother Tinnitus, who may or may not be suspicious of her reasons, but did offer to speak to some others to try and find more research. And then, in preparing for potential attack, I'm trying to keep its members safe. Some members of the clan decided to travel back to the nearby town where they could be in their own homes and would hopefully be safer around much more people, and also in an area that it seems like maybe the Ghost Eater was operating in, but not as severely, not as often. Unfortunately, it all went wrong as you escorted the group to town, and they were attacked by seemingly the Ghost Eater and wolves, corrupted and starving wolves under its control. Fortunately, due to a tremendous degree of tactical skill by you all and luck, nobody died, and you managed to bring everyone back to town. You also got at least a little bit acquainted with Chris and his Olympic dreams, and and you got back to town, managed to settle in the injured, and a doctor happened to be patching you up, and everybody was deciding kind of to stay within a small group of houses so they'd all be very close together while they recovered. And that brings you to now. One of the reasons you were traveling along with this group, not only to provide protection, is that Elder Longfisher asked you to explore the rumors of nightmares happening in town, see if there were any um, kind of ghost eater sightings or signs, and it seems like there certainly was if the ghost eater was close enough to town to be attacking you on the way. And she also recommended that to do so, you reach out to someone who is a leader in the town, and a clan member by marriage, but someone not involved in the clan day to day enough, kind of keeps to herself, named Tenna, who is a leader here, and someone she wanted you to talk with to try to discover what's what. And so that brings us to now. It is the late afternoon, early evening, about 5:36 at this period of time, and you're all sheltering together among the clan members who are still resting and healing. Doctor has just finished up um, uh, wrapping and treating everyone's injuries, and people look a little shaken still, but are uh, starting to settle, maybe breathe out for the first time as they feel that they may be actually safe in some respect. And that is where we will um, open now with all of you recovering. I will say, as a point of guidance, since it is a little bit later in the afternoon, earlier in the evening, if you want to, you can certainly uh, find a place to sleep for the night, rest up, recover fully, and start tomorrow. Or if you want to keep pushing tonight, we can say that you would have had a short rest as you were getting healed up, which will give you some of your abilities and health back.
I think we all need a short rest.
Definitely need a rest.
Yeah.
I think people need a rest, but I would wonder if especially Isle would be like too antsy to do that.
100%. Isla's going to start crawling around and finding out as much as he can. Isle also, like, only, like, pretty much got, like, shit in the moose form, so, like, she's doing okay.
Mhm.
So, yes. So, Isle will probably be crawling
Maybe
around for stuff.
in that case, because like Cal would usually be very
But she just
antsy,
spent her
but
whole
she's
life.
yeah, no, she just got very shook, and she was also only down to 4, so she's only a hair better than
Yeah.
Metal and Fish.
Yeah.
So I think maybe Isle is like, you guys rest, I'll take care of it, and maybe the rest of us just have nap time, and Isle has solo adventures, maybe with Sarah.
Oh yeah.
Why would you even say that? Why would you put it in his head?
I will say, a short rest is just half an hour, so that would have been probably the time of you settling people in, getting medical attention for them, getting medical attention yourselves. Don't necessarily need to have gone off separately in order to get a short rest. So I say anyone that wants to can recover their spell points as their class allows, roll some hit dice and recover that health if they would like, and just kind of rest and recuperate and heal a little bit if anybody wants to do that.
I think Fish would, because they've also got some self-reflection to do about this dream that they had.
Eating my girlfriend. Oh, that one.
Everyone's like, yeah. Did that too.
Well, I mean, you guys tell me, I'm totally okay for communal nap time as Isle stalks around the town.
Yeah,
I will
that's what
say,
we're doing.
Isle napped on the train. Now it's everyone else's turn.
Yeah, you're like, shh.
Isle smothers Fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, if we're all down, I think we should just start on, like, Isle leaving the nap room.
Isle abandons
Sleepy's
the
fine.
pile of corpses.
Well, you've done short rest before, so take one of your hit die, roll it, recover that much health plus your Constitution modifier, and then decide, oh, I want to heal a little bit more, and if so, roll again. I know Cal gets, I believe, all of her spell points back. I don't know if that's the case for the rest of you. But as you do that, we will move on to
Real quick, I have on my notebook written as having 2d8 out of 3 for hit die. That's probably I just forgot to reset from.
yes.
Yeah.
At third level, you will have 3 hit die, and since you've all stayed in the same class, it should all be 3d8 for each of you.
Oh.
Ah.
When you multi-class, you get into some weird stuff about like I have like 5d8 and then 1d6 and then 1d10, but you all stayed in the same class, so.
Cool. Well, I did my first d8 and that was a 1, so
1 plus your Constitution modifier, which is probably 0.
yeah, that's a 1.
Okay. So
1
you healed
total.
1. You healed 1.
That's better than none.
Yeah.
Okay, so my first D8 was 4, and my Constitution is -1. And then my
3.
second
Guys.
is 8.
Yeah. So what happens
you
is Fish and
cannot-
Cal try to get up and then immediately fall back down.
You cannot get 0, so if you roll a 1 and then -1, it still goes. It just defaults to 1. But other than that, yeah,
There you go.
That's the pity system.
I
yeah.
rolled a 6 and an 8. So Metal feels really good. She's like just
Metal
took a
probably
really
fully
good
healed.
nap.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Metal kicked ass, and she's used the power of kicking ass.
Yeah, so my second one was
Crystals
only
healed.
a 3, so that just gives me 4 plus my already 4. So yeah, I think Cal and Fish are gonna have nap time and do a longer rest.
I got a 4 and an 8. That's a 12. That's quite good.
Oh, I guess Cal's gonna take a nap.
Yeah.
Cal did a lot.
Keep
Cal
in mind,
literally saved everybody.
you're all doing a short rest now. A long rest is 8 hours, a full night's sleep. So,
So should I just roll my third dice because it doesn't really matter either way?
probably you
Okay.
might have an opportunity for another short rest later before you go to sleep, but maybe you won't.
Cool. Come on, big money.
Big money, no money.
That's slightly bigger money.
Hey.
Actually, no, I lied. I thought that was a 7. It was a 1. Okay,
Oh.
go sleep.
Oh,
I can
no.
sleep real good. Oh dear.
Yeah, we're up to a 9, which is not terrible, but not necessarily fighting shape.
Well,
Oh,
maybe avoid battle.
Yeah. What do you think, guys?
Chris will
Should we
defend
all
you,
just
that's what I
go?
think. Well,
Should we
yeah,
all go exploring, or should I just go to bed?
I think what Patrick meant is like what we were doing that like basically in between sessions was that it was a short rest and then we're gonna go
Yes.
do whatever.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you all rest, catch your breath, get some medical attention. As he's leaving, the doctor who's been treating people comes up to Metal just to check over one more time and says, when I wanted to serve underserved communities, I didn't expect wolf attacks. You guys aren't local, right? Here's my card. I'm behind the grocery store on Main Street. I'll be back tomorrow morning to check everyone out, change the bandages. Anything else happens, anyone gets worse, just please come get me.
Thank you so much. I take his card.
Isle goes to like grab him before he leaves, and goes, "Have you ever seen anything like this before?"
I mean, I'll be totally honest. I lived my whole life in cities. It's where I went to med school. It's where I did everything. I don't think wolf attacks, stuff like this, is very common. But I don't think so. But I've certainly never seen it. Give me an insight check.
Yeah. Also, just so you guys know, the doctor is not on Isle's spec list, because he's got a buzz cut.
He
That
does have short
sus.
hair.
I'll write that down.
18. 13 plus 5.
With an 18, you can tell that he has probably had to have a little bit of an adjustment moving to
Yeah, for
this small
sure.
town, being so close to the clan lands, and that may make him have seen some things that he then had to subsequently
Blackout.
ignore.
Yep,
But
for
you think
sure.
for the most part that he is magically unaware and is entirely mortal. So his mind is definitely not going to kind of like non-natural explanations for this.
Okay.
But he is telling the truth. He's never seen anything like this. This is really weird and it's kind of freaking him out. But it's also like I don't know how normal this is in this area. You know?
Yeah. Maybe you people just fight wolves. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And he heads out. You can see him stopping outside for just a moment to speak with Sarah. And he leaves, and Sarah comes back into the house that you're in, kind of looks over everyone.
Hold on. Does the doctor realize that Sarah had human teeth fighting her and not wolves?
Very dull.
I feel like Sarah's come in with weird shit before. Like, I'm sure he's had to take something out of Sarah's ass before, and now he just doesn't question it.
Yeah, but it is also a thing of like, unlike what CSI will teach you, if you're not a specialist of being like, this is what this kind of injury looks like. Injuries kind of look like injuries. This guy saw her throat
It
kind of
better.
torn out, and then was like, "A wolf did it," and it's like, I don't have any reason to question that, and also no real experience to like say otherwise.
Yeah.
I'd
Fair
also
enough.
probably want to just cope with, yep, these are all wolf attacks.
Yeah.
I'm not questioning why this one looks a little different. Guess
Yeah.
that wolf has dull teeth.
Yeah. How many
Yeah.
times has this guy seen a wolf bite? 0. How many times has this guy seen a human being like bite a chunk out of someone else? Also 0.
Well, when Sarah comes in, Fish is just sitting in their corner, like doing temple head rubs, and then just like, oh shit, sits up a bit straighter. That's it.
Um, Sarah, it doesn't ignore you, but is very much giving you kind of a clinical once over of like, how injured are you? Is everyone okay? And it's the same thing that she's giving kind of everyone else. You can see that she's still in kind of like protective battle mode a little bit, maybe as a response to kind of what happened to her. But she's not looking at you with any particular warmth, but not with any particular anger either. And she actually walks through the house into the kitchen, and you can hear her start dialing a phone and starts talking on the phone in Cree. Does Metal listen in at all?
Yes.
Okay. Um, the sense that you get with the wording she's using is it takes a couple minutes because it seems so business-like. But you realize that she is actually talking to Elder Longfisher, and that the gist of the conversation is, here's what happened, here's the danger that occurred. Don't, only go on the path or into the woods in big groups. Everyone's okay, everyone survived. No, you don't need to come right now. You don't need to hurry over here. We're good for now. Um, yes, everyone is okay. I double like triple checked. Everyone is safe for right now. Um, Very much a combination of kind of seeking, support from her grandmother while also letting her know what happened and being like, it's handled. Don't risk yourself by running out to try to come save us because we are okay. Um, and then she listens for a while, and she hangs up and walks over to talk to a couple of the um, other clan members that are recovering. The little boy and his mom. There's Chris kind of getting patched up, or rather patching up people, putting some iodine on kids' scraped
I was
knee.
like, no one touched Chris.
Yeah.
Chris is
Actually,
perfect.
I looked back at the recording. A wolf did touch Chris. It was
Yeah,
barely
he got a bit hurt.
Little scrape.
But yeah, and then she comes out and she sees Metal in the hallway. I rolled a perception check, probably not high enough to think Metal was spying or realize she was there, but she's kind of like running into you, and she just says, uh, "Grandma's gonna gather up a bunch of the fighters, and they're probably gonna come in force uh, tomorrow, maybe the day after. Check on everything, keep us in kind of one location, and make sure we're safe. And then I guess we'll just like, we'll figure out what happens. You know, you all right?
Well, I'm okay. How are you? I know this must have been very scary.
Yeah, yeah. No, it was. And her eyes flick for just a moment to Fish.
I feel like I don't know if Metal really saw that happen. I don't know if she's put it together, but um she's just gonna say like, well, we're gonna figure it out. That's why we're here.
Cat butt.
Cat bud.
Sponsored
Thanks.
by
I
It's a
appreciate it. I
cat.
was really busting all your balls when you came here. Didn't think we needed your help, but you know what? You done pretty good. I was wrong. All right, I was wrong.
I
You
was
guys,
sitting in the corner ready to get her ass and then heard her say I was wrong and she's like, fine.
I was also listening to this and just like,
Metal just nods and smiles. It's just like cool.
do you and the others know where you're gonna like sleep tonight or whatever? We're a little crowded here, so you might have to catch kind of the couch or the floor, or there's a motel in town if you're kind of comfortable and being kind of farther away, or that's what you want.
Well,
Um,
I've got a mermaid gold to spend, so if we want to go to the motel, I am paying.
hey.
Kyle
um,
says, I can sleep outside.
Yeah, go, you're not special.
Cal says, are there any sensitives in town?
um, not that I know. Not unless someone just come to town recently. There's every once in a while we get someone traveling through who has that kind of realm of power. Not usually like an actual sorcerer, but somebody who's kind of like touched in the head in that way. So, but no, I don't think so.
She just goes, in response to that.
All right.
Less
Well,
clearly, Fish also notes this for themselves.
I guess let me know if you need anything. I'll be taking care of things here and trying to keep us together. And she kind of exits out of the house, and you can see she's in kind of the porch area. There's no like walls at the property line. It's all just kind of like open grass, and then like prefab house, and then a built house, and then another prefab house, and that's kind of where the clan is kind of spread out to while they're recovering. Maybe where they'll sleep, but it's kind of a lot of people per house, so maybe they'll spread out slightly more. And you can see that she's just kind of pacing with her rifle outside.
well,
So
I
that
look around at
sucked,
our
didn't it,
community map.
guys?
Really fun.
Cal tilts her head at Fish and says, "Did you intend to do that to Sarah?"
Absolutely. Of course I fucking didn't.
I'm not aware of whatever courtship happens.
Was that a sexual act?
Well, thanks for checking in. No, it was
Is
a
that how the
wolf.
heteros do it?
I got messed up by a thing. But I'm fine now. I'm not gonna bite any of you.
How do
My
you know?
apologies.
It's okay. I'm not really mad at you. I'm just being a shit.
Well, I mean, that was pretty horrifying, so.
Isle says, no, really, how do you know that it's not going to happen again?
I can feel it. As it was happening, like I knew that it was gonna come back and I was gonna bite again. But like now, I feel I'm fine. I'm fine, Isle. I wouldn't hurt you guys. You know that, right?
Polygenist says, "This is why I was asking about a sensitive. Without it does not matter the proximity of where we sleep tonight. Without a strong mental wall, anything could happen."
Oh, no.
Well, then how about the three of you be in here and I'll go fucking be outside. If I go crazy again, then I'll eat like a rabbit or whatever, and
I
that's
don't.
gonna be on me to deal with.
I don't believe it's specified to you. And then Richard, then she tilts her head and goes, "So I suppose no one else was biting someone."
To be fair, I think a lot of weird things were happening to everyone. So I think that's fair now.
Yeah, turn this back on her. She was seeing people.
Yeah, Cal, you're so full of shit. Cal pretending she wasn't hallucinating.
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss.
God.
Okay, but you guys don't think that I'd hurt you, like on
Not
purpose?
intentionally.
Of course not.
Elle says you're not in condition to sleep outside, so I'm sleeping outside, ignoring your question.
Oh. Well, I think maybe we should go talk to Tenna, the person that we're looking for, and then maybe she can tell us what's happening and make us feel better or worse.
Probably
But at least
worse,
we'll
seeing
know.
as how no one seems to fucking know what's going on around here.
I feel like they know more than they're letting on.
Clearly, and they endangered us with it.
Actually, Cal, make an insight check.
I mean, she's just a bitch.
Yeah, no, I know.
So is Isle.
She's just a baby.
Coming from a point
No,
of
I know you
wisdom
would
as
say
opposed to
that.
being.
I know you would say that regardless of your belief, but I want to see if you actually believe that or not.
Ink has been blessed. An
Yeah.
angel
Well,
and a devil.
That's a hot one.
The two Kronks.
You got a 1? What's your insight bonus?
Modifier? I didn't even bother looking. You said it was an insight?
Yeah.
Okay, well, adding to my hot one is 5, so it's a total of 6.
Yeah.
Everyone is lying to you all the time.
Mhm.
No one has ever told you the truth at any point since you left the temple. And also, you think it might be on purpose, like just for you. Like if you weren't here, everybody else would tell the truth.
Be honest.
But everybody just like naturally hates you, so they're not gonna. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
no.
what a 5.
That was already what I was coming in with.
Oh no. If you rolled a 20, you would have known that we all loved you. And that's a shame.
Your anxiety is gone.
You're
Everything
cured
is
forever.
I've healed you.
No.
Yeah.
Can I ask
was
around,
there.
like, what's her name, Tenna? No, actually, I don't think I will. Is Sarah in there still, or no?
She
She
left.
is.
Watch.
She's outside, but she's she's within sight. You can
Reachable.
go talk to her.
I'll actually will not talk to her. Sorry, never mind.
Shock.
Well, I'm gonna sit here and fucking sulk with my son in my lap. And if any of you decide that you like me again, I'll be here.
I like you.
I like you too, pal.
Watch out if he gets hungry, Kikino.
I know Dad does not want to bite.
Yeah, trust my boy. Trust my boy.
This is so bitchy. And Cal turns to Kakano and was like, "Were you able to predict the bite before it happened?"
Yes.
Oh, you
Oh, you just let it happen.
she actually is concerned about that, and she goes, "How much forewarning did you have?"
Like, and you get an image of just like a clam underwater, like opening and then closing, just like that long. It's like, maybe 3 or 4 seconds.
Beautiful.
Kekano still doesn't have like the general understanding of human society to understand that like a fraction of a second of warning is not really better than it is not really the same as knowing actually ahead of time. Fish got hungry and skinny, and then I knew, and then they bit Sarah.
But I'm not gonna do it again. Tell her that.
Dad only want to bite anyone and is not hungry.
Yeah, no.
Hmm.
Don't say anything further than that, but like I'm giving Kekano a little scratch to be like, positive reinforcement.
Good job, little buddy.
Collision's
It's
turns.
actually been a Snickers commercial. You're not you when you're hungry.
Collisionist turned to Fish and is like, "Do not misunderstand me. I do not think you are doing this of any desire on your behalf. But there is no comfort unless we have any sort of sensitive shield or." She thinks about something and then decides not to say it.
And Metal's like,
Puzzle.
and just like has the silence go by and it's
Vienna.
like, what?
But she did say it. You can roll to see if you figured it out as I
Yeah.
but she did not
All
say
right.
it.
Yeah.
Metal's like, Cal's right. Any of us are vulnerable. We could all be biting each other by the end of the day, until we take this. So I don't think we should. No one's singling you out, Fish.
Thanks, Metal. By the way, sick stone fist you had there.
Yeah.
These idiots
Thanks.
are going to fist bump with their giant fists.
That was gross.
No, I saw that.
Yeah,
You were
it's
fucking awesome. I mean,
oh, thanks.
I got downed eventually, but like that was really good. Did you see me like blast a wolf into the oblivion? It was great.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We're all friends. Anyway, yes. Protection against this happening again. That would be good.
Yes.
I am not confident, and I believe the clan would be able to take care of the wolves, but I don't believe any reinforcement is going to make much of an impact on whatever is causing all of this.
Well,
We can't track it, we can't find it. We don't know where it goes when it's gone.
We don't know what it looks like.
I will point out, you've never tried to track it, except like starting long after it's already left.
Okay, fine.
But yeah, I mean, you can certainly. You've never spent a night with the clan now that it is like on a war footing, totally devoted to trying to protect itself. So it's possible there's some measure of security that they have that you don't know about. You can certainly ask.
Again, Cal's a
But
bitch.
yeah, no, I know. But there's also, you may, in this instance, information may be your best weapon.
I wish that I had asked the doctor if, like, anyone had been coming to him with nightmares, because that would have been good to know. But,
you can go find him.
You know where he is.
He said he was behind the grocery store.
I mean, does he just sit there?
That's his office.
He only just left. We can run.
Yeah.
I think we should go exploring. How's everyone
Yes.
feeling after nap time?
Oh, we're fine, aren't we, pal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess Isle could also ask, like, randos if they've had any nightmares.
True.
Okay. So you're kind of heading out of the couple of houses that the clans have taken over.
Yes, walking as quickly past Sarah as possible, and also trying to avoid her.
Okay.
Cal is like half running to match the space.
Yeah.
Sarah is kind of crouched down on the ground, like equidistant between the houses, with her rifle leaning against her, just constantly kind of scanning. And she sees you walking by, and just kind of like gives you a nod.
Gives me the
Doesn't
sub
seem to be
nod.
like dislike you in any way or anything like that. Just kind of like in work mode.
Patrick's like, Sarah is nice.
Yeah,
Sarah is not nice. Sarah is objectively like an abrasive person, but like
In
this
this
beef with
instance.
Isle is entirely one-sided.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'll
You're gonna roll an inside check, which is like roll for Sarah, and you're like, Sarah really likes you, wants to be friends, and means nothing malicious against you, and she's a very good person, even if she's a little rude. And you're like, I choose to ignore that information.
You can always roll that check if you want, Vienna.
private enemy number
Isle?
one. No, Isle doesn't care what Sarah thinks of her. She just is like, let's
Sure.
not in my life. Tossing that out.
Okay. Quick question. Does this town have a library of any kind?
Yes, it's very small. It's attached to kind of a general municipal building. It's not like its own separate place. But to get the kind of general sense of the town, it's a lot like Moosonee, being like one or two main kind of streets where, there's the grocery store, there's a lot of the main businesses, and then out there it's just kind of houses and houses that kind of gradually disappear into the woods. It is on a river, also similar to Moosonee, actually just a little bit south of kind of a big bay. It doesn't seem like it necessarily has as much shipping and transport on the river and into the bay as Moosonee did, but you can see that there is a dock with some fishing boats and some people, bringing their boats in for the day and tying them up, going to like the local bar and stuff like that. Just a lot of like, it's it's a very small town, and so it has the amenities of a very small town. There's places you can shop, there's places you can go and research, there's people you can talk to. You can probably find a gathering of people of some kind, whether it's at the bar or somewhere else.
Okay.
Isle walks into the bar, says, "Has anyone had fucked up nightmares?" All good? Sorry, Ink.
No, it's all good. I'm not going to explain myself at all. Just tuck Kekano under my arm and, sight the library and, turn to you guys and say, okay, I'm going to go over there.
Before you do that, do you walk past Sarah as well with everyone else?
Yes.
Give me an insight check.
Elect to fail. I simply do not see her.
6.
With
Oh
a 6?
god.
Oh, wait, no, plus 2. 8.
Okay. With an 8, yeah, I gotta roll for this. Yeah, that's what I thought.
He bites you.
You can actually see her. She's trying to hold herself still. You can actually see her flinch very slightly when you walk past her.
That's really sad. Oh
It is for this
no.
reason that I do not stop. I just keep going.
Oh no, R.I.P.
Okay, so you're heading towards the library?
Yep, and kind of not, saying who I have a preference for, but like indicating like, will one of you come with me?
I should we do that first, or should we like separate and go meet the person we have to meet?
Oh, I'm not going and seeing that bitch. She's probably really
Okay.
nice.
Okay, then if we're gonna
Yeah.
separate, Metal is gonna go to the person we have to meet because she's gonna take the little necklace that says that we're okay to talk to her.
Polygenous, in a rare moment of social insight, sees that this is a split, sees Isle has not done anything, and immediately goes to Fish.
I'm like, hey, Joe.
I will take that loss for you,
Take
sister.
that bullet. I think Isle is also interested in talking to people and finding out as much information, and she doesn't think that there's going to be. Well, maybe there'll be information in books, but she thinks she'll get the information faster by talking to people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll start with Fish and Caligulus then. You enter kind of the main city hall. You can actually see there's sort of like a main government office, a very small tribal police station in the back. The station has somebody in there, but the city hall is kind of closed up for the night. And off to the side through one of the doors is the small kind of town library. You can see there's one librarian in there, kind of an older gentleman who's just kind of shelving stuff and not really expecting anyone to come in. Kind of like they're not closed, but they are kind of, it's late, they're kind of closing. And in a small town, the libraries aren't used, super often. So not really expecting someone to come in at this time. But also there's a certain amount of flexibility because when you're the only librarian in this town, it's like, do I want to leave early? Do I want to stay late? Whatever I want to do.
Cool.
So you can see him kind of shelving and putting stuff away. Oh, hey.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I'm here. My name is Maurice, Mr. Maurice. This is my niece.
This is my wife.
my
My niece wife.
And this is our pet, who doesn't talk. And we are just passing here through town. And I would like to see if you have any books on native tattooing arts.
Yeah, yeah, no, we do. Give me a deception roll first of all.
Sure. I knew.
When we all meet back up later.
Al is not giving the help action.
Okay, I've rolled an 11,
How,
but
once again?
deception is +6, so that's 17.
I'm gonna
The
tell
best
you,
part is
this
there's
guy got,
no need to lie. We're just lying for fun.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you this guy got a natural 1 and has a +1 to insight, so that's a 2. He totally and completely believes you. There's nothing weird about this. He is slightly tripped up by the fact that you seem to be carrying a seal under your arm like a suitcase. But that is just, you know what? Let people do their own thing. You don't get far in a small town by being a nosy little asshole, you know? You just got to let people live their life. And so
Wisdom.
he's like, yeah, of course, Mr. Maurice and your niece. Hey, that rhymes. Yeah, no, we've got some books on specifically Cree tattooing traditions. And he goes over to a small shelf. And he pulls off a little cloth bound, a little bit ratty book, and it's um, uh, tattooing traditions of the North American Indian, and he brings that over to you. And he's like, we also have, I think, a coffee table book about tattooing, like a Sailor Jerry type things. Let me grab that. Takes it out of the art section, brings it over to you. Um, yeah, I think this is about it on tattooing. I mean, not the most common thing around here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your help. As you can see from my face, you can tell that I already have a vested interest in tattooing that you may not need to ask my backstory about. Just that clearly I've got some, I want to learn more. Thank you very much for your help. We will take these into the. I'm just going to stand over there.
You see, he's just kind of like, yeah, yeah, all right, no suspicion whatsoever. Nothing like this is a really weird social interaction, just totally normal. And you can see him kind of like glancing at the clock, of being like, if I don't think too hard about that, maybe I can close soon.
Um, before he walks away, Polygonus turns to him and goes, "Hello, I am the niece. Um, do you have
Sorry, did you say
any?"
Denise?
No, the
It's Mr.
niece.
Maurice and his niece Denise.
Fuck.
Yes.
God damn it.
Okay.
Yep, it's Denise, all right. I
Uh,
love her dearly.
Pleasure to meet you, Denise.
hello. Um, I am curious about any local legends that would involve nightmares, deep-seated fears, anything about monsters in the nearby woods.
I
She's
mean,
hoping to become a fiction writer, you see.
oh yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, no, we've been getting that a little bit more recently. Just people trying to do like research for like monster novels. There's actually a woman in town who's also writing a monster novel. It's hers is like something about fish people. I don't understand it, but yeah, we don't have any books on fear legends specifically, but we've got quite a lot of uh, translations of lore and such like that. Yeah, why don't I help you find that? Because there's not like a specific book that you're looking for that can kind of solve all your problems. Give me an investigation check with advantage.
Yep, I'm
I
helping,
added
and so
my
is
point
Kitten.
too. Oh, good. Okay. La 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 la. Cool.
Sorry, I've just
Cut.
seen the teddies on the arm of the
Cool. That's going to be a 18.
Okay. With an 18, you find a number of books that may or may not be relevant, or rather, a number of stories in books. The way Cree legends tend to go is it's not organized by like here's a classification of weird things in the forest. They're all stories, and so you look through a lot of stories about the first man and woman being created by the sky spirit and the sea spirit. You see, uh, you read tales about their founding of the Cree tribe. You can see tales about like their first interaction with like the great moose spirit and things like that. And every once in a while, it will dip into like dangers. And so you find some stories about. You actually find the legend with 18. You find the legend of the origin of the seal mermaids. Essentially, that the trickster god, who was the god's firstborn child, was given control of the sea for some years. Uh, so that his mother could be with her love, the sky god, and he used that to kind of create new life and imitation of the Cree, and he made the seal mermaids, and that's why they're kind of mischievous and things like that. A lot of like secondary legends about things that are like, hey, this could be dangerous, look out, but not like super dangerous. The one thing that you come back to as being stories about something truly dangerous in this area is the a story of a legendary hunter fighting a seemingly a type of sea serpent, which you have. Which you saw on the boat. The description in the book is not really accurate at all to what you saw, but clearly kind of the same thing. Um, you read a story of spirits walking the earth that can give people nightmares or drive them insane, that are caused by uh, not properly doing funeral rites for those killed during battle. There is a kind of bear-like creature that shows up in some of the legends that uh, seems to stalk the woods and eat people. Kind of unclear with your scholar's background if this is an actual magical creature or this is a story about a messed up bear that just kind of got exaggerated over time. And finally, you find some stories about Wintico, which is the native spirit of hunger that um, tends to approach people who are lost on the ice, who are starving, and who have either done or are considering cannibalism, and it corrupts them. There's something about kind of like in one of the stories, there's something about eating the soul of the person they find. There's another story that's like turns the person they find into another Wendigo. Um, but those are kind of like the main creatures that you find stories on. Nothing that fits one to one with anything you've seen, but a number of things that it's like could be, yeah. And you do think that even though it's definitely not one to one with an 18, you think kind of Wintico might fit, or at least is the best of like things that don't fit that great.
Well, while Cal is looking at that, Fish is having a leaf through their books, but like just kind of not really processing. So I'm not going to make a roll for investigation because they're just not doing it right now.
Mhm.
And so they look up from this and say, "Hey, Denier, I'm sorry, I was, upset before. Do
It seems
you
a. Sorry, go ahead.
do you have any like background with sigils and like protective symbols?"
Uh, I necromancy deals with mm, perhaps more sigils than many other branches of magic. It was never anything I particularly specialized in, but well, she digs out like some of her like notebooks and stuff like that and starts like leafing through to see if she has anything to reference.
Give me a religion or arcana check.
Both of which are very high. I think that's the same.
At seeing like the little notebooks, Fish is like, "Oh shit, that's awesome."
Cal always has her notebooks.
Can I get any sort of help?
Do you think Kekano would help?
Sure, Kekano is just brain supporting.
Big, smart, much notebook.
Ekano near
Fish
you
is
is the
impressed
equivalent
you
of
write
drinking like
so
a
much.
vitamin water.
Thank you for the help, Kekno, because the second one's a 20.
Yay!
So that is a total of 27.
Oh, holy shit.
Net
All right.
20.
With a 27, it's absolutely not at all anything that you specialized in. You definitely did not learn any symbol magic that was just so uninteresting to you compared to like classical necromancy. But Caligulus is someone who can't not know things. So every time there was a reference to it, had to write it down. Don't care how like uninteresting it is to you personally, it could be magically important. So she's not just writing down symbols, she's making connections in like different arcane texts that that the authors clearly didn't know about each other, but she's like putting it together, and she's got enough to make a decent research paper on necromancy's use of symbols, um, and um, she has enough general knowledge and has written down enough to give you sort of a very basic overview of how symbols work, how they're created, how they're carved. The necromancy symbols are not one to one what sorcerers symbolists use, but it's pretty close. You and Cal would know from her research that symbol magic, the sorcerers kind of hold up their symbol magic as like the pure, closest to the ideal language symbol magic, but that other people have their own symbol magic that seems to work just as well, and that you can actually kind of combine them to a certain extent. So in her research, Cal would know like, here's a collection of symbols that were taken from sorcerers. Here's a couple more that kind of entered our religious texts because the person who knew it was like, he was a Persian mage, and so he knew kind of this tradition, and that carried forward into this holy text, yada yada yada. And so Caligulus is by no means an expert, but can definitely give you the enough of the basics that if you were willing to like experiment a little bit, you could definitely put something together and use symbols at kind of a more basic level. It would take a while, both for Cal to teach you, since you probably can't understand anything that her notebooks say. Um, but and then it will take you a little bit of practice afterwards to really kind of settle in on what works and what doesn't, because making the symbols is such a precise art. But you are looking at Cal going through these notebooks, and you're like, I made the right decision asking Cal.
Yeah, and what she actually does is she opens the notebook, starts flipping, and then she goes, here we are. And you see, like, the tiniest little print you've ever seen, and these, like, intricate symbols, and then there's, like, circling text around it, and it's, like, the most, like, intricate, like, the most freaky bullet journal you've ever seen.
Yeah. It looks like the writing on the page looks like in a medieval, like, magical grimoire, where it's just all symbols and signs and tiny text that you don't understand, and it's like, this looks really cool. No idea what any of this means.
Does Cal draw like the weird snails that all the monks, the medieval monks, do in their margins?
She does, like, doodle, but they're very, like, gothic doodles.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's
A
probably
snail that
like,
uses a skull as a shell.
yeah. I think, like, genuinely in Cal's notebook somewhere is a little section of, like, I've noticed that all of these old necromantic tomes from this certain period seem to do this drawing of a frog with its tongue in a skull. What is the magical significance of that? And it's like, people were bored.
That was someone toasty.
It was the necromancy equivalent of the S.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
Superman.
Exactly. Cool S.
Fish is totally delighted, even if they cannot fucking understand just even the beginning of it. Like, they can still pass, like, oh, this is useful. And so they look from the page to Cal and say, Denya Caliginus. I'm not putting the moves
Shakes
on.
her head and says, Denya.
I'm not trying to put the moves on you. I'm just trying to be, like, appreciative. You're not my type. This is so cool. Would you be willing to teach me literally any of it?
If we survive.
Okay, well, that's a pretty high bar, because we're...
At
but yeah,
this point, the librarian walks out from, like, farther back in the library with, like, a couple more books that he needs to reshelve, and he's just like, oh, hey, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Uncle Nee's time. And it's, like, behind the desk sorting stuff. So he's now, like, here for the rest of this conversation.
okay. Okay, well, Denise, my beloved niece, I read a story once about a beautiful woman who could tap parts of her body and, would gain either offensive or defensive abilities as she went. Have you heard of this story?
Oh, the girl who got fucking nagged by a skeleton man? Yeah. She doesn't say that.
I don't think I read that
She
book.
should.
Is that what Librarian Man says?
Yeah. It's like, that sounds interesting. I don't think I read that.
It's French.
Oh.
Well, you see, I grew up hearing tales of my own version of this story, and it occurred to me in recent times that the characters in your novel might need something like that to protect themselves against this horrible monster that you're still working out what it is.
Caligulus actually, like, puts her, like, hand behind her veil, like she's, like, chewing on her nails or, like, just, like, thinking. And she goes, I feel from a study standpoint, I understand the plot line you're proposing, but compared to the character you are referencing, my characters are not experienced on actually carving sigils on anyone.
But isn't one of them actually a Denya, look at me. Who do you think did these?
I think she actually goes, "Oh, if you are confident enough in my research, I suppose you may borrow any of the notes you need."
Thank you. That is very much appreciated.
Also, I didn't realize Denier and Jeannie sound almost identical, and that is an extra level of humor to the scene. Must be a nickname.
All right, great. Thank you. We may resume this conversation at another time, but hopefully you understand the general idea I'm going for here.
Cal stands up, pushes in her chair, nods at the librarian. She absolutely. I don't think she has any anxiety of the idea of being at McDonald's past closing time, but it's deep in her soul.
Did you want to check out any of those books?
Why, yes, sir. I would like to check out this one on the native tattooing. Thank you.
Since you were flipping through it, you would have actually seen, just give you a quick description. The coffee table book has a section on like the history of tattooing that does kind of like more like Polynesian influence techniques and like stuff like that, like where sailors got it. And then the other book is a much more like academic kind of like drier thing about the symbolism of various tattoos to various Indian cultures in North America, but it does have like drawings of like specific symbols and like some specific techniques and things like that. Uh, both are theoretically useful depending on kind of what you're wanting to do.
Okay. Fish has a think about it and favors the coffee table book. I'll borrow this one, please.
Okay. Yeah, sure. And if if you need to do any more research, feel free to come by.
Thank you. Anytime, weren't we, Denise? She's shy. It's fine.
Oh no, I understand. My daughter's exactly the same way. Dressed
Yes.
all in the black too. Yeah.
Oh, well, you see, I raised her since her parents died in a horrific boating accident.
Oh my God,
And so
Denise, you
she
have
is
my
in
sympathy. I'm so
perpetual
sorry.
mourning. But we have a very close relationship.
Wow, I'm so very sorry to hear that.
Oh, no, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Cal just like nod.
Denise, shall we depart?
Okay,
Nods,
well,
walks out.
It could just be
well,
ET under there. No one would know.
yeah.
I like how this is becoming the they're gonna start like scamming people. Oh,
This is
my poor beloved aunt or niece, depending on the situation. Oh, if she only had money to raise for the funeral.
I mean, this is what Fish was doing in their very first session. They were like, "I'm a dude. This is my wife, my tall wife, Isle, who is pregnant. Get in the car and drive us to a hospital."
We walk
Oh my God.
4 kilometers.
Yeah, they just said, "All right, thanks for visiting, Maurice, Denise. Hopefully, I'll see you later, and welcome to town." And
Thank you.
start kind of locking up for the night.
If you guys make
You got-
candy, you can call it Maurice and Denise's Pieces.
Yeah. He got your signature for checking out the book because there's no kind of like library card system at this point. I assume you didn't write your real name.
No, I wrote Maurice.
Yeah, I think that's just safe to
I
say
wrote
that.
G. Maurice.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that unless
Just
you
for
make
Maurice.
pain, this guy's never gonna see this book again. So
I feel like Cal's gonna want to return the book, but it'll be dependent on whether or not she remembers.
Now look, we'll
Librarian
return
is
it.
the
It
final
just-
boss. He's gonna come get our ass for not returning
Yeah.
the book.
We'll return it. It may just be missing a page, and he won't notice.
In 300
Or-
years,
well.
we have late fees.
Yeah.
The late fees in the millions.
There's actually. I was just thinking, I was like, well, Cal could just copy the entire page down, seeing because this is apparently a skill of hers. But then I was like, I don't think Fish would disclose any of this crime to her, and she wouldn't ask.
Absolutely not.
Okay. As you leave the library, we'll move to Metal and Isle, who asked some people on the street, people walking around, oh, do you know Tenna Whitecalf? Do you know where she is, where she lives? And
Are you having nightmares? Do you know this woman?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Actually, let me roll for that.
What I would like to do. Sorry, go ahead.
A significant amount of the people that you ask are have you had nightmares are like really like immediately aggro aggressive about it, like what the hell, who just like asks a stranger that? That's so weird. But they
do you not
have.
notice all the fucked up people coming in from the nightmare wolf attacks?
Metal's just gonna hold the necklace and hope that people recognize that. We're here on official business.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, it does seem like, although they haven't necessarily communicated this to each other, a pretty good percentage of people here have not been sleeping particularly well recently. And when you mention nightmares, they just kind of get a look in their eyes of like, what a weird thing to ask. And also, yes, but also, fuck off.
I feel bad because Isla wants to be like, where do you live? So she can like figure out where it's concentrated. But I think
Just start dropping pins.
yeah, exactly.
If you want to get a map of town and start mapping that out, I'd be totally down. But you would really need to be convincing these people.
No, and like we can try. This is what we need Fish for, because it's not gonna happen with Isle. An insane 6'8" woman, just like, where do you live?
Or even just like getting some of the clan members, so it's not a bunch of strangers being like,
no.
where do you live?
Oh goodness.
Muppets. Lila was screaming earlier, but you guys didn't hear it. Don't worry. Teddy and Lila scrummed together. Also, I keep. Sorry. What?
I
was gonna say. Sorry.
No,
I was gonna say, if Metal gets the sense that Isle wants to start like mapping it out and like really quizzing people, but it's not going well. She's like, maybe after we talk to the person whose name I forgot, Tenna.
She's
maybe
not a Ada, not a Nina. She's a Tenna.
Yeah,
after we talk to her, maybe
it's not an
it'll
English
work.
name. It's a name that's kind of common with the Cree and Quebec. It's like the equivalent of their be a good name.
For some reason, I was gonna say Donna, but that's not it.
Yeah, probably like a Madison or a Donna or something like that. Something that's like, it's not the most common name in the world, but it's like way more common in this area.
Madison is literally like the #1 definition of a made-up name. It's only like it's 30 years old.
My parents found out a Cabbage Patch doll in the hospital gift shop. Fun fact.
That's cute. I love the name Madison, and I also think the Splash origin story is like delightful.
Hold on just a second. Your parents went to the hospital and didn't already have ideas for your name?
I
Like we're
I
just skipping over that.
no,
I assumed it was one of her siblings.
no, I guess not. I'm sure they had like ideas, but they hadn't settled on it, and then they were like, Cabbage Patch Doll. He's
They
cute.
were like, honey, we now have this weird living nugget, and these people are bringing us paperwork that we are required
We
to
have
put a
to
name
sign.
on. What do we think?
Fun fun fact, my uncle and his wife never named their kids until literally days after they were born. And to the point where my little cousin thought this was normal. And when she was like watching like some show or something and they were talking about how the baby was named like weeks before they even had the baby, she was like, "Did you know that you can do that?" It's like
Legally,
I
that
was
you
like,
can name.
actually, my darling, that is normal. It was so
Yeah, Patrick, I understand your reaction, but at the same time, I don't, because here in Australia, it's super normal to go to the hospital and be like, by the way, what are we naming this fucking thing? And I know
how did we get here?
more people than I can count on my hands who have like just been swapping out baby names for like the first week or month,
Oh my
or like both
What do they
Incredible.
paperwork
leading up
then?
to and
Yeah, you
Yeah.
have
after
to.
the birth.
Oh my
I
goodness.
understand. I understand like the impetus of being like, we'll try out some names, see what sticks. You know, kind of in the same way you would for a pet. But at least in the United States, it's like the baby is born. Here's
You
a
can't
pile of
leave.
paperwork. You have to fill out this paperwork with the baby's name and your names, and you cannot do that and delay that, but you will have to do it within the next few months, and it will be a huge pain in the ass if you don't take care of it right now. There are genuinely like people who are like they're like 30 years old and fighting the government because their parents fucked up ever so slightly on their birth certificate and
Oh
never
God.
found out and never been able to fix it.
That's just trans people.
Also that, yes.
Valid. Valid.
But yeah, in a weird tangent into American history, it was actually really common to not name your kids until like even they were like 2 or 3 years old,
God.
and then the American government introduced tax breaks for people who have children, and this required children to be named, and so that is where the tradition of kind of having a name already set when you get to the hospital came from because you put it on paperwork. And then later down the line, when Social Security became a thing, the government said you can only claim this credit if you give your child a Social Security number because they had a problem with nobody like joining Social Security. And fun fact, the population of the United States decreased significantly the year after that bill was passed because without this secondary check, people were claiming to have like 10 kids to get tax breaks for 10 kids. And once they had to prove it, it turns out they only had 2 kids. So you can actually, if you look at like a census graph of the United States, you can actually see it going up and up and up and up and up. And then this law was passed and it just goes.
My God.
It wasn't a plague, it was just fraud.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
turns out that fraud was such a classic American industry that our population was super artificially inflated.
Hmm.
That's crazy. Forgot.
Anyway,
Yeah, well,
But
sorry, not my scene now.
but yes. So Metal's like, I see what you got planned here, and I feel like this will work better after we, get a blessing from Tenna, and we're like allowed to poke around town and not look like crazy people. So we go for it.
as you chat with people, you mostly get directed down kind of at the end of Main Street where it starts to transition from like commercial and government buildings to private homes and stuff. You get you get kind of directions down that way, and eventually you get to kind of a house where it seems like Tenna lives. And it is not entirely a house. It has a big old addition put onto the side of it. And you've heard people refer to it as the museum. You'll say like, oh, yeah, we're looking for Tenna Whitecap. It's like, oh yeah, her museum is down the street here.
Museum.
Despite kind of the early evening, the house seems dark. Um, there is a little carport with some oil stains of a car that is kind of there all the time. Not there now. But you have found Tenna's house.
Do we knock?
Kyle walks up and goes,
Hello. Oh, very official. Wow, she's insistent.
I had another knock, and I was like, nope, I would bang it. This is if metal knocked.
very
Yeah, yeah.
polite.
Very polite.
Hello. Hello.
Give me a perception check, either one of you with advantage or both of you individually.
I have +5, so
Oh, hey.
I don't know how you want to. Do you want to?
Me, we'll both do it.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Oh, good, because I rolled a 3.
Woo! Look at them study buddy nat 20s.
Okay. Total for metal?
23.
And total for Isle?
8.
Okay. You can tell almost instantly there's no response to your knocking, not even the sound of someone stirring. The house seems like nobody is home, or rather no person is home. But you, with those rolls, you also get the sense of just kind of like a quiet, a stillness of maybe like nothing is home, nothing is moving inside.
Oh, so it's the fucked up shit.
And also a house that's like maybe like a little bit neglected. The way kind of a room feels when it hasn't been opened in a week. You just kind of get the sense of like a quiet of like a place that people don't live in. Of uh, just like this was her house. It doesn't feel like it.
And what the fuck?
And just across the street, with that high perception check, you actually see that the house across the street, which is a much smaller house without the addition, lights on. Somebody walking around, and there is a woman in her kitchen, and you can kind of see her through the window, and she just kind of knocks on the glass and is like, and then
What is
goes
she
and
pointing at?
opens her
sorry.
front door, and she opens her front door and kind of like steps out to her porch. Hi.
Do you know where Tenna Whitecap is?
I haven't seen her car in a couple days. She tends to kind of come and go.
We were told to find her. It's important.
Oh, okay. Do you like walk over to her, or are you just like shouting across the street?
Shouting across the street.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, she goes to like conferences and stuff. She travels a lot. Um, so she's not always here, and doesn't usually tell someone when she leaves. Is it urgent?
Metal's just
Yes.
holding up the necklace like
Yeah,
it's a lantern. Like, hello, do you know what this is? Have you seen this before?
She kind of like peers at it in kind of the growing darkness, and is kind of like, oh. And she actually leaves her step and walks down towards you, and it's like, oh, so this is like a clan thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen Tenna in a couple days. I'm Catherine, by the way. Sometimes she lets me know when she's going out of town. Has me watch her cats, but I'm not the only one. So
I thought you said
sometimes she's
wash
just
her
gone.
cats.
I haven't seen her in I don't know, maybe like I haven't seen her in probably like 9 or 10 days. I know the car was there. I think it was there last Sunday. I remember. Um,
Can we do like a insight check on her?
Go
Yeah.
for it.
I rolled a 19 plus 5 is 24.
Okay.
Mine is 17 total.
She seems to be being open and honest. Is a little bit suspicious of both of you about being like kind of, why are you here? What's up? What's going on? But it doesn't seem to be like holding anything back out of that suspicion. Seems to be being kind of open and honest with you. Um, it kind of has a little bit of confusion about like, oh yeah, when was the last time I saw Tenna?
Mhm.
She leaves, but maybe she doesn't usually leave for this long, or just kind of like, they
My
kind of like
God.
somebody asks you a question and you kind of like realize in the back of your mind something's like a little bit wrong. You're like,
Mhm.
oh.
What explicit instructions were we given to regarding Tenna, or just like ask her about this shit, or
The instructions you were given is that Elder Longfisher said that Tenna is something of a leader in town, kind of the closest equivalent to Elder Longfisher in the town, somebody who kind of guides others and keeps track of things, not like officially mayor of the town, but is someone that a lot of people kind of go to and take care of things. And so she
sounds like
just kind
she's
of said,
fucking gone all the time.
she may be able to help you. Either she may know something, or she would know if like people in town had been acting weird, or complaining about nightmares, or things like that. And she may be able to help you in some way, like with your kind of investigation. Not
Okay.
very specifically, like she has the answers. You need to go to her,
But like
but
check up on her. Cool.
like definitely like, hey, she can help you, and also talking about her with kind of the expectation that she was there.
Yeah.
Not uh based on what this woman is saying about Tenna's schedule, it doesn't seem like surprising that you would look for her for something important and then realize that she's gone without just kind of telling anyone.
Mhm.
But Elder Longfisher seemed to be under the impression that there was at least a good chance that she would be in town. Maybe not a guarantee, but a good chance.
Okay.
Um, and so Catherine was just like, yeah, I think that I think the last time I saw her truck was like uh it was like 6 days ago, something like that. You know what? You guys are from the clan, right? That's Elder Longfisher's necklace, right?
Mhm.
This is all in
Yes.
the up and up. When she's in town, she usually has the museum part of her house just unlocked, open for people to come in. She really only kind of locks it up when she's gone. But I have a spare key. I can get you into just like the public part of her house. And, if she took any of her artifacts with her, or anything like that, she's at a talk somewhere and you're just going to have to find her later. Does that work for you?
Absolutely. I was going to break it anyway.
Um,
I'll
That's true.
have her bobby pin ready to fucking go. Or like a stick shaped like a bobby pin.
I
oh,
wish
Heavy
Cal
with
was here
wood.
so she could use death sense. That would be great if Cal was
Right.
here.
How
hey,
many
you know
people have
what?
died in this
It would be
library?
great if Cal was there to use Death Sense. That would probably give you a lot of information.
Oh look, there she is!
I was gonna say
Oh,
I have
no.
something that senses like living things, so I have the
Can you
opposite.
reverse engineer it?
But I don't think there's anything living in here, so I don't think that's very
You
helpful.
can actually see, yeah. I didn't realize that until I was looking at your character sheet. You do have detect heat. You have like infrared vision.
Yes. I was
Yeah.
learning about that last week when I was reading through all my spells. Yeah. Um, can sense sources of
Catherine,
unusual heat or absences of heat within range, including
There
body
you go.
temperature. Well, I guess I'll try using it anyway when we go in
Fucking
there.
lizard. You're a lizard, Metal.
the woman Catherine kind of hustles back to her house and goes in for a second, hurries back out, and she's got a little kind of brass key, and she unlocks the front door. Um, you enter this kind of addition. It's clear pretty much immediately that it's not just the addition. A decent chunk of the house itself has also been gutted to kind of make this museum. And you see that it is a just kind of small local museum dedicated to Cree history, that has a number of artifacts in it. Um, and there's a little sign right by the entrance that says Chisasibi Museum of Cree History. And it's kind of laid out like a museum, and a lot of like little pedestals in the corner and pictures on the wall with little plaques. There's a couple of clusters of like stands that people can walk around. House is totally dark, and only light coming in through the door and like the uncovered windows. And you can see kind of off to the right a little like small desk of kind of like a welcome entrance place, and a maybe like a little office, and then off to the left is kind of a nondescript door that, based on what you can see, the layout of the house
Leads to the
probably
house.
leads to like the personal area, her actual house.
If I have do a little flame hand, is that gonna scare this woman? Or can I do that to light the way?
There is nothing about this woman that makes you think that she knows what magic is.
Damn, okay, that's what I thought. Never mind, I'm not gonna do that.
Wait, is she with us? I thought she was just leaving us alone.
So can I come into like metagame a suggestion? Do you
Sure.
remember in one of the books, Valkyrie like summons a flame, and but like she cups her hand, so she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm holding a
lighter.
lighter."
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Also, look for dead cats or alive cats. That's my advice. That's my metagaming.
I was like,
I'm
one of
scared.
you had a flashlight, and I was like, Fish has a flashlight.
Yeah, you
We're blind.
you built
Isle
this
turns
for the
into a
other two
raccoon,
members.
so she has night vision. Oh.
Yeah,
Um,
Metal's gonna be like, oh yeah, let me grab my lighter and then just kind of like make clicking sounds in her hand.
she
Chook, chook,
makes that noise with her mouth. Click, 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 click. Yeah, you light a little fire in your hand, hiding it from her view, and she's like, "Oh, thanks." And she just kind of uses the light of it to kind of feel along the wall, and then she hits a light switch and
Oh.
turns on the light in this area.
Like,
It's not super. It's not super bright in here. It's still fairly dark, and there's a lot of lights that are out, so there's probably a couple other switches to like make it museum presentable ready, but you can see now. Um, and as she looks over at the light switch, Catherine's like, "Oh yeah, definitely out of town. Shotgun's not here." She just points to a hook hanging by the door, with like a shelf next to it with some like half-empty shotgun shell boxes.
Lord.
She brings her gun to
Um,
conferences.
She goes to the grocery store with her shotgun. So yeah.
Cool. Right, Isle is looking for 4 things, and she's
Mhm.
probably going to be not as careful with, I'm sure, these probably sacred objects are as she should be. She's going to look for anything that looks like it's missing, like an empty pedestal or anything. Any sign of foul play, because I think this girl got by the nothing. And then in terms of like the actual museum pieces, she's going to be looking for anything regarding like fear and anything regarding hunger. Isle's got a fucking
Metal's,
plan.
Metal's gonna use detect heat at some point.
Yes.
Okay. Um, give me a perception check, another one, and then Metal's using detect heat.
Yeah.
Motherfuck, I just only got an 11. That's fine.
It
10 fine.
Isle pokes herself in the eye while she's looking at stuff.
11 total.
Yeah. No idea.
It turns out you didn't need to roll very high, at least for some of it. You can actually see that a significant number of the pedestals are empty.
Cool.
Not a ton, maybe about a third, but there's a lot of stuff that kind of should be there that isn't. Um, you read a couple of the pedestals. Some of them have to do with hunger, like there's an empty one that's clearly describing um, like a tool used to grind grain. Some things about like food storage and planting and stuff like that. Things about some like food culture in general, but nothing that's like here's an artist's rendition of the spooky thing in the forest that
Yeah.
eats people. Um,
Pretty
and Catherine,
ideal.
Here's his
just like
shoe. We found it.
yeah, there's she always takes some stuff with her. Uh, the things she takes will depend on who she's presenting to. Sometimes she's going kind of down south to talk to about Cree history. Sometimes she's advocating for like the Quebec government, stuff like that. Sometimes she's going north and talking to other Cree on other reservations. So yeah, I mean, shotgun's not here, car's not here, stuff's not here. She's on a trip somewhere.
When did you last
Detect
check on
heat.
her cats? Oh, sorry.
Uh, with
Detect
that
those
perception check,
cats.
you can also tell there's cat hair everywhere.
Cool.
You don't see any like bowls or anything like that, so you think that the cats definitely roam around this area, but they're maybe kept in like the actual house part of the house, at least at night.
Mhm.
Um, so if the cats were here, you wouldn't see them in this area necessarily. But with a detect heat roll, what is the range on that?
So it's 20 feet and it lasts for 10 minutes, so I figure Metal's just kind of like gonna walk around. Just
Gonna
kind
kind
of
of
like
walk around the
Play
whole
Marco
area.
Polo.
move it around. Yeah, like hello?
You
Nothing over there.
as you um, as you as you walk around, you can occasionally see some more sources of heat. There's clearly like a wire that's loose in the wall and is causing it to like heat up a little bit. You can see the um, radiator in the corner was not totally disconnected when she went out of town, so it's kind of popping away, doing a little heat to a house that no one's in, which is a waste.
Someone's
Um,
a
but
nightmare. Her house is gonna burn down.
maybe. Um, but um, but generally, it seems like it's very cold, and there hasn't been a lot um, in here. As you walk along the wall that leads into her personal space, her house, you do detect a source of heat that appears to be moving, however slightly. And it's very small, certainly smaller than human size, smaller than even a lot of animals. Um, something very small as a source of heat in her personal quarters.
So you're saying it's not a cat?
Uh, it is it is smaller than a normal house cat. I will say that it's like this. It's like the size of like cupping my two hands in front of the screen here. It's the size of like a large rat or
Okay.
like a kitten or
Gonna be a
like
fucked up hungry kitten. Gonna eat itself.
Metal's gonna sense that and then like turn to find Isle and just kind of like not sure if we should alert Catherine, but she's just kind of like gonna like gesture and be like, "We need to go in there."
Yeah. Okay.
So we
all right.
Isle's going to say, we might need to be in here a while. Something bad happened with the clan. You don't have to stay with us.
Give her an insight check.
I mean,
Let's
it's not
break
a
into someone's
lie.
house.
Yeah. No, but it's kind of like if she thinks you're
No,
lying
I'm
to like
yeah.
burgle this house or something, she's
We
Yeah.
just break
not
into
gonna
the
leave you
house.
alone. She actually rolled very high on that insight check. I think she kind of sees you and is like, huh, I mean, these people seem to be from the clan, and I think they're telling the truth. It's pretty weird. But she's just kind of like, oh, I'll just stay a bit longer, if you don't mind. But you said something happened with the clan? Is that why you're looking for Tenna?
Yes, Elder Longfisher told us to bring this necklace to Tenna Whitecap and see if she could help us. Have you noticed anything unusual about this house lately?
Just that it's been empty. Maybe a little bit longer than usual, but sometimes these conferences go a while. Like I said, Tenna usually has me babysit her cats, but there's often some other people too. But that doesn't mean she gotta talks to me about what she's been up to. She's told me about conferences going for a long time, her getting caught up because somebody says something racist, and she's got to be there to keep the argument a lot longer than she expected to. Things like that.
When's the last time someone fed the cats? Should you check on them now? Isle's like half serious about this. She's like, if you're not going in the house, then who's
Kitties.
feeding the fucking cats? There's no
Oh
automatic
well.
feeders.
I mean, the cats don't stay here. She brings them to somebody's house. I have a cat myself, so she just brings them over to my house with some food and some stuff, or one of the others. She's out of town right now. I don't know who has them, but I assume somebody does.
Isles is gonna say, did you not hear that noise behind the door then? A lie.
Metal's gonna be like, I heard it too. Well, what did you hear
Yeah,
that?
help.
What was that?
Is Metal willing to lie?
I didn't hear anything. There was something in the house. Do you think she's actually here?
I don't know if she's here. There's just been
We're
a
I think
lot of
we're
weird things
concerned.
happening. And yeah, and once again, this isn't really a lie. There's been a lot of weird things happening, and if she hasn't been here, and it's been longer than normal, or longer than she said, it might be worth checking out.
If you're really that concerned, I guess we could try to find her like logbook or something. Maybe figure out what hotel she's staying at and give her a call. Do
Sure.
you think that would help? Okay.
Isle walks into the office. Isle's like, whatever. Maybe she'll
I
leave
think,
Metal to deal with Catherine because Metal's nicer, and maybe Metal can
I think
convince her to open the door.
I
I
think
should not be doing this.
I think Catherine's actually going into the office, which is on the opposite side of the museum of the door you're trying to get through.
Well, then
And
Can
Metal
we
can.
just try like?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
can Metal
you're trying to
Metal
run.
go?
Yeah.
Well, I guess Metal has the detect heat, so I don't know if that would be helpful. I feel like one of us should go with her, and then the other
Yes.
person should just be like trying to break in this door.
I feel like Isle is the more obviously suspicious person, so I think that Catherine would go with her because Metal looks like she wouldn't do anything. I did have the idea, I was like, Isle could heat up the door handle and we could be like, there's a fire! The radiator was on! But, yeah. Hi,
You
Nana!
think
Oh
with
god!
you think with her previous role that she um, uh, kind of believed you about like, oh, there was a noise or something. We really need to get in there. But wasn't totally sold. So maybe a little more pushing. She could try to get you in there.
Can when she like turns around, can Metal like use like gust or something and knock something over like in the other room so it
Ooh,
makes a
very
noise?
smart.
And then she'll be like, "What's that?"
Something over in the other room. I don't know if Gust works that way, but let me double check.
Or what do I have? I have several things. Okay. Small blast of air capable of moving one object that is neither help nor
Just do it around in
Oh,
there.
okay. As you can cause like leaves to rustle, wind to slam, shutters shut. So maybe just like a slight breeze somewhere where she's not looking, so that it kind of messes
No,
something up.
you could definitely make it like rattle the window panes in like the part of the house that you're not in.
Yes, yeah. She's just
Okay.
gonna do that, and then she's gonna be like, "Did you hear that?"
Yes! Hey, cats!
Yeah.
Oh,
Catherine
goodness.
sticks her head out. She's like,
I fucking love the Scooby-Doo adventures of Metal and Isle.
it's a great duo.
I'll Scooby.
God.
Metal's Daphne.
Obviously.
What was that noise?
I don't know. Where was that from? Did you hear that? Where was that coming from?
Did that come from the house?
I don't know. I'm
Like,
very frightened.
I think that's what I heard before. I'm so glad we've inducted Metal and Cal into lying.
Can Metal
Yeah.
like make the door that we're trying to get through? Can she like do like gust on it again to make that like rattle?
Yeah,
Ooh.
absolutely.
Okay, she's gonna do that and like be very casual about it so it's not noticeable.
Catherine's just like, and then she runs into the office, and you can actually see her pull open a drawer, remove some stuff, and then she comes out with another key because she knows where like the personal home key is for like emergencies. And she's like, "Do you think someone's breaking
Metal's like, it's us. No.
Yeah.
She's just
in?"
like, I don't know.
Okay,
But I think we should check.
She unlocks the door. She's rushing in. She gets.
Metal's gonna be like, we're trained professionals. Maybe we should go in first.
Yeah. Okay. You go in. She goes left to check like a little bedroom, but that also puts her kind of like in the back, away from like the main part of the house. And you see a very small living room and a kitchenette, a small like guest room, and with your detect heat, you can see that the small heat signature is coming from the kitchen. And then from behind you, you'll hear, "Oh my god! Oh my god!"
Isle runs.
And Catherine is in the bedroom.
Oh god.
Okay. If you want, Isle can. I guess like Isle will
I
nod
think
at
we're both.
Metal. We're both okay. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I think we're both freaked out.
We'll both go.
We
We'll
run.
investigate kitchen later. Yeah.
You both rush into the bedroom, and you see what looks to be a number of cats dead, but not just dead, almost like mummified and desiccated, almost like they starved to death in an instant. Just dry, thin, look like they're horribly it just looks like they horribly suffered for a moment. Um, and it is not dissimilar to what you saw happen to fish.
Yeah.
And there is 4 cats in here, or at least their corpses. Make an investigation check, either of you or both.
Can it be
Goodness.
perception?
Yes.
17 plus 5 is 22.
I'm also going to use perception. It's 15.
It looks like they didn't die here. It looks like
Man, what the fuck?
it looks like they died, and then someone just kind of shoved them into a room so that they wouldn't be as obvious or wouldn't start to smell necessarily. They don't. They're like not in situ.
Metal's going to see this and then run back out to the like heat source that she was
Okay,
sensing and just
cool.
like be like, "Oh god, what was that?"
Isle's going to, I guess, like, she's going to be like, this is what I was talking about to Catherine.
Catherine is absolutely fucking horrified. She's also
Yeah,
a
for
cat
sure.
lover. She's trying to like check on them, but it's obviously like too late. They seem, you know,
They're full
long.
mummies.
Yeah, she's
She's
like
like,
doing
maybe
mouth to
there's a
mouth.
way.
See, but
Oh, no.
like an animal corpse with that you know, I'm just gonna give this to Isle for free because she would
Yeah.
know. An animal corpse like mummifies over the course of like several years.
Yeah.
So if these are her current cats, which based on Catherine's reaction and how she's checking on them, seems like she recognizes them. She knows them. These are her cats. These are cats that she saw alive like maybe 8 or 9 days ago. That's not possible unless something happened to them. Something was done to them.
Cool.
And as Metal rushes into the kitchen, I'll use your perception check for before. You see that the heat source is down low. It's in one of the cabinets. And as you pull open the cabinet and you move some things aside, you see the corpse of another cat and something small moving.
Before Metal acts, Isle is going to turn to Catherine and say, "This is what we were dealing with." No, not the fucked up noise. Oh.
No, it's a kitten.
Oh.
A very hungry kitten.
Oh goodness. Oh no.
Okay, Isla's going to turn to Catherine and say, "I think you should get out of here. This was what we were dealing with. You can tell people if you'd like, but I don't think it's safe here. You should leave."
Run straight home and lock the door.
Yeah.
Catherine looks at you just wild-eyed and is like, Tenna would have never left her cats. Tenna wouldn't have left her cats. She's like running to the door and then she stops in like the museum section and turns back to you and she's like, Tenna's not okay. She wouldn't have done this. She wouldn't have left her cats.
Okay.
And meanwhile, Metal sees a tiny little kitten, not very old, maybe about 3 weeks, and the kitten and its dead mama are in a little bit of a bed, kind of made with towels and blankets. Even desiccated, looks visibly like it was pregnant, and there's just this very hungry kitten a little scared, a little confused. Not freshly born, but very young, still kind of relying on its mother, and it's looking at you, coming in. It's just like,
Oh. I feel like can Metal like roll something to make sure that this cat is
Yeah. How hungry is
not
this cat?
I know it's this big, but
give me a animal handling check.
oh man. Okay.
Has Catherine left the premises
This is happening like at the same time as she's
simultaneously? Okay.
running out.
Okay. So I can't go animal check.
18.
Oh hell
Okay.
yeah!
Nice. With an 18, there is nothing. This is a normal kitten. You don't seem to feel anything like supernaturally affecting this kitten. It's hungry because it's been trapped without its mom, its main food source, being alive for quite a while, and so it is skinny and sick and suffering, and it is angry that you disturbed it because it doesn't seem that socialized to people, but also kind of desperate for you to feed it because it's too young to take care of it.
Metal's gonna be like, oh, she's gonna take off her jacket and like try to scoop it up.
This
Question.
kitten is too small to like actually try to fight you off or claw you in any way. So despite hissing, it just kind of rolls up in the jacket. It's okay. And as you pull it out, you see a very small kitten who is technically a tuxedo cat, but she is all black except for one ear that is entirely white, and then the other ear just like a little tip of white. And she's just there in your jacket, crying and hungry.
Oh no, she is squishy and she will be mine. Metal's like, now what do we do?
I'm a mother now.
Um. Catherine actually hears the sound, and she doesn't go back into the house, but she kind of peeks her head in, and she sees you with the cat, and she looks back at Isle, still very kind of like wild and out of it, and is like, Tenna would never leave. If one of her cats was pregnant, she wouldn't have left them with anybody. She wouldn't have gone out of town. She would have canceled everything to stay with if one of her cats was pregnant. Oh god. Oh god.
Right. We're going to check the logbook and see where she was going.
Okay. Do you, pointing to Metal, wanna come with me? I have some cat food and I think some formula that we can do. I don't know.
Isle's like making eyes at Metal at this point to be like, is this cat okay? Do I need to kill it?
Metal's Metal's like, everything's okay, but I do think maybe somebody else who knows how to take care of a cat should hold this. And she's just gonna pass it together.
Catherine is not there after she said that, assuming that you were following her. She just turned around and kind of ran, and she's going across the street to her own house.
Okay.
Just throw it.
Metal's gonna be like, I'm just gonna go drop this off, and then I'm gonna come right back. Just scream if something happens, and then she's just gonna run off. I want to just hand this to Catherine and then come back to what we were doing.
Catherine gets together some warm formula and a little bit of kind of wet food and meat scraps that she smashes up. Her own cat is looking very concerned and confused by this crying kitten, and she sets up like a little nest for it and puts its starts giving it food.
Not the
Can I ask a
picture.
metagame question?
Yeah.
If we got this kitten back to fish and asked to do speak with animals, would it be able to tell us any information?
What did
Who
you
are you?
see?
Where
What
were
do
you
you
on the night
know?
of August 8th?
I will say, not metagaming, you can roll an animal handling check, and I can give you an answer based on your experience with animals.
This
Cool,
kitten's
sounds
just gonna go,
good.
Me hungry.
Me hungry,
Me,
Christ.
me sad.
Well, that was let's see. You know?
I do know.
Exactly.
Fucking 3 plus 5 is 8. So,
Jesus.
rolling shit. Isle's never seen an animal in her life.
She's never met a cat.
She's never met a
baby.
cat.
Lived
She's like,
for
I know
so
fucking
long.
everything. I never read Warriors. Like, I don't.
She would be a warrior girl.
Loads about
She
animals,
would,
nothing
100%.
about that.
Cool. Sounds good.
With an 8, you think that maybe she's pretty young. Who knows? You
Yeah.
can't really tell one way or the other.
How small.
Yeah, kind of baby, but might do something. Kekino also has a certain ability to talk to
Yeah.
things that may be better suited for a small baby, but yeah. And the thing just
Odd
dives
Isle
face first.
slamming it onto a desk for information.
What did you see? We just shine a light on it.
Where is she?
Literally.
This cat's like, I've been in a cabinet this whole time.
You will be taken into a cabinet.
Take it back to that cabinet if you don't behave. The chicken buries its face in the food, eating without any regard for its surroundings, full on gorging itself, swimming in the plate of food to get as much food into its mouth as possible. Do you
Oh,
leave
baby.
immediately, or do you kind of make sure the cat is settled?
I feel like I want to poke around some more. If there's anything else to poke at.
Okay.
Oh wait,
So
or are we still across the street?
you're still across the street as of right now,
Okay.
but you can come back.
Okay, I'm just gonna be like, "Are you good?" I'm just gonna go check on Isle and make sure nothing horrible has happened.
Just come back if you figure something out. Well, I don't know. I'm worried about Tenna.
Okay. Okay. Well, it's all gonna be
Isle
fine.
shouts from across the street. She's definitely dead.
But I was like, you
Don't
heard
say
nothing. Okay. She's gonna be like, everything's fine. You just take care of the little buddy here. Everything's gonna be okay. We're gonna figure it out. Okay. I'm gonna go. Be right back. And then she's just gonna just dash across the street. Oh, rude.
Cat's kind of
Aw.
passing.
That's fine.
Okay.
I hear. Is it like owls too? Or am I crazy?
There is owls in the background. I don't know
Okay.
why. I assume
I
somebody
was
was
like,
recording the cat
is the
outside.
owl going to swoop and get this cat for lunch?
Actually, let me see.
We covered the cat.
That
Yeah.
is in the cat for recording. That's weird. Why were you
Okay,
recording the cat outside?
I'm so glad I'm not insane. I really
Yeah.
was. Like,
Okay, you run back across. Isle has been searching for, you said, a logbook or some kind of record.
yeah, she's going to the office to take a look. And I guess in the meantime, she is also going to see if the thing that caused the death of these cats is around. Even though I know you said that they got moved in there, but she's still going to check. And I guess also to see if there's any indication of, like, where the person came from to drop these dead fucking cats off in here. Sorry, I'm looking for everything all at once.
Yeah.
Anything that
well,
you have here.
Metal's gonna rejoin you in just a second. So
Yep.
I'll say first roll me a perception check just to make sure the area is safe and
Yeah.
it's not around, since that's probably
Yeah.
your primary concern. And then by that
17.
point, Metal will have rejoined you, so you can roll investigation with advantage, or both of you can roll investigation as you search for
Sounds
stuff.
good. So I rolled a 12 plus 5, 17 for the perception.
With a 17, things outside seem pretty normal. As you are doing a sweep of the house, you find that one of the sash windows is unlocked and
Cool.
can be closed from the outside. So that may have been a point of
Cool.
entrance or egress.
Cool.
And now Metal is joining you, and so you can do your investigation checks. And this does have to be an investigation check.
That's so valid. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Let me see. What do you have for? Well, should we just both roll? What do you think?
I feel like we both should.
Sounds good.
I
rolled a
got a
19.
13. Hey.
Hey. And then my
Alright.
investigation is plus 0.
Okay, I got a
Sorry.
19. What did Metal get?
Ink's like, I'm gonna kill you.
13.
A 13? Okay.
No, I'll train you.
Gilderry is just somewhere in the universe, like, ugh.
Shiver. So much information that is being missed.
Well, we're actually going to cut back to Fish and Cal in just a moment and see if
Oh,
they want
no.
to join you or continue their own investigation separately. Um,
We're working in a sitcom now.
with
Maurice and Denise. And all.
with that investigation roll, you find her appointment book. It doesn't. It doesn't have anything kind of scheduled for this week that she would be leaving, and you actually see about 2.5 weeks ago a note of that the cat is ready to give birth any day now, and then kind of a bunch of days crossed out, being like, don't schedule anything because you're going to have a kitten. And before that, there are a number of meetings with some town leadership. There is some trips down south and up north, both to Creeland and kind of to white people, a couple of school presentations, things like that. You see that Professor Greer shows up in the
I knew it. I was literally just being like, that motherfucker.
That bitch.
in the appointment book a couple of times. Based on the timing you can see from the first appointment, it seems like he was kind of interacting and learning from Tenna first, before he came down to the Clanlands and started bothering them about stuff. That was kind of the first port of call for his research, was Tenna. And you also notice that, as kind of makes sense for a small town, she has some notes written after the fact about meetings that she didn't record, where the meeting was or schedule it ahead of time. So, as with a small town, there's a lot of just kind of like somebody dropped by and we talked about things. So this may not be her entire kind of social calendar if she's doing stuff locally.
Get kidnapped, smiley face.
Yeah, getting kidnapped. You also find that one of the drawers in her desk is locked.
Well, I'm going to try to open it.
How?
Let's see. Is
Break
there a
the
paper?
drawer. Pick up the drawer and smash it on the ground.
Did paper clips exist?
Paper clips do exist. I'm not sure I would have the skill to do a paperclip, but
Burn the drawer.
Metal has stone fist.
Yeah.
Smash.
I mean, I think at first we will try. I will try to like jimmy the lock open with a unfolded
Like a
paper clip.
pen or something.
I'm assuming she has a
Paperclip.
paperclip in her office.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Bobby
Give
pin.
me a straight dexterity check. So no separate skill, just your dexterity modifier with disadvantage.
Cool. Well, I've already rolled a 2, so yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Fish and Coginus are like, God, I wish I was there.
Yeah. Right.
You put the paperclip in, kind of try to jimmy it, and you're just like, God, so and so made this look so easy when I was younger. And you actually managed to jam the paperclip into the lock,
Nice.
and now the
Nice.
lock is like not even
Will
really
never work
functional.
again.
Not necessarily will never work again. Does have to be fixed.
Well, she's dead, so we can smash it anyway.
Oh dear. Um.
Al kind of looks at Metal and is like, "You want to try?" She doesn't say it. She communicates that non-verbally.
Raises one eyebrow.
Yeah.
Should I really smash it? Are we gonna? Oh.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess so. She's gonna use stone fist. I don't think she's gonna smash it, but maybe she's just gonna use like. Can she use like the extra strength of that to just like pull it open?
Yank it out. Yeah.
Just, or does she have to
Wait,
smash it?
wait. Before you stone fist, can I do detect or do an Arcana check to see if? Wait, no, that's not how it works. Never mind.
What?
I was gonna see if it's magically locked.
I feel like that's good.
You don't have Fish's ability to see
No,
magic.
I was in my brain. I combined all
Yeah.
of our powers into one. So
If you
True.
rolled high
Captain
enough on an Arcana
Planets.
check, if you rolled high enough on an Arcana check, I could definitely say you can kind of
Cool.
like check and see where like maybe symbols might be carved or something, some kind of security system. You definitely won't be able to do it as easily as a
Yeah.
fish can because you can't see it. You can still try.
Okay, cool. La la la. I rolled an 18. 0, so 18.
Okay. With an 18, there is a small symbol carved into the leg of the desk, kind of behind it. So you've really got to crawl underneath to see it. That seems to be just under this drawer. But what that is, you don't know. What it does doesn't look particularly dangerous, but that's just like your impression with not a lot of knowledge. There doesn't seem to be anything else. It kind of obviously magical around. She has a paperweight that's a piece of bone carved with some stuff on her desk.
I'll take that.
Might be magical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Into the pouch, not food, but into the pouch it goes.
And so it's not necessarily magically trapped. There may be some sort of magic on it, but yeah, you're just gonna have to
I
find
take
out.
my like the sharp part of my spear, or I guess I have a knife, I think, and try to like shave off that symbol.
Yeah, you can do that, no problem. The symbol sparks a little bit blue for just a second as you first kind of damage it, and then it just becomes a normal carving, and you can scrape it off. You're uninjured, and as far as you know, it seems like any effect from that symbol has been negated. And
Sorry, Metal.
with your Arcana check and your personal history, you would know that generally things that are kind of trapped would keep you from doing something like that. Would like try to explode if you like try to destroy the symbol or something like that. So this was not necessarily anything dangerous, based on the fact that you could mess with it. But whatever it is, it's gone now.
Cool.
Can I try opening the drawer again? Just gently open it. Did that happen to be the lock?
It is still locked.
Damn it!
Okay.
Locked by a
Sorry.
regular lock that is jammed full of paperclip.
Okay.
All right, it's smashing time, baby.
I
It's
No.
clobbering time.
feel like this is probably not a good idea, but Metal's gonna use Stone Fist, and he's either gonna try to yank it open, or just like crush it, or just gently but firmly get this drawer open, so it doesn't maybe break
Delicately
what's in it.
destroy.
Just
Give me an attack roll. Yeah, give me an attack roll with your spell attack bonus.
okay. It's on the other page. Okay.
It's always on the other page.
It's every single time it's on the other page. I got a 15
Okay.
total.
With a 15, it's not the most delicate operation. You make Stone Fist and you try to pull it out. It doesn't quite go. So you kind of rear back and you just kind of do like a really short, quick punch on the lock, and it just kind of shatters the wood around the lock, and now you can open it. You've really obviously damaged this drawer, but you managed to avoid destroying whatever was inside or just like obliterating the side of this desk. You were relatively precise in how you hit it. And so you open the door and you find a very nice, very well bound book sitting on top of some paperwork. And Isle, from her investigation earlier, knows that there was an empty pedestal with a little book holder that was supposed to have a book there. What do you do?
I imagined Isle and Metal looking at the book and then looking at each other, being like, a book.
Do we touch it?
Yeah, Isle's gonna just like unbind it, I guess, and open it.
Oh god, are we gonna get killed?
Cool, whatever, man. I was a dumbass.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Hey.
You just pick up the
Okay.
book.
Anyways,
Alright. Lay it on
cool.
the desk. Open it up.
Yeah,
It seems to be a collection of legends and such. There is a short intro in the beginning that is it kind of clearly been added after this was published. It's kind of like glued into the front. That basically says here was this researcher who recorded these stories among the Cree. This is the original version, unabridged version before editing. Yeah.
can I
While
vibe check the book?
Can you vibe check it? Yes, give me a vibe check. Roll a
Roll.
Give me a charisma roll.
Damn, alright. Hitting me where it hurts. The heck? Where is it? Why is charisma not even in here?
It's always on the other
Just
page.
regular charisma.
Oh,
Like,
there we go.
like dexterity, yeah.
Can I make a mean joke?
Yes.
It's because Kyle doesn't have any.
No, 100%, bro.
Exactly.
Absolutely. 7 minus 1 is a 6, baby.
Nailed it.
With a 6, this book would look naturally really good in sunglasses, like cool but not trying too hard cool. And that's kind of the vibe you're
Cool.
getting. No, you're
It
just
would
like
have given
it's a
us
book.
it would have given us sunglasses if you rolled wrong.
Yeah,
It
no,
would have been like,
if you had rolled really high, you would open it and you would find out that there is actually a cutout in the book, and inside is a pair of the coolest sunglasses.
Nice.
No,
Nice.
you do the
For
vibe check.
emergency only.
It's an old book. It doesn't seem inherently hostile in any way. it seems a little kind of weird that a book was in a locked drawer when
Yeah.
everything else is kind of like publicly available. But you can go read the plaque if you wanted for more information about like what it was, assuming that is the same
Yeah.
book that was missing. Or you can take some time to study the book. And
I'd like to. Oh yeah.
I think
Yes.
we'll before we reveal what this book is about, we'll shift back to what's been happening with
Alright.
Fish and
Librarians.
Cal. You have now left the library and you're outside of sort of the civic center in the main drag of town. You can see a bar that a couple people are heading to. You can see, kind of the grocery store closing up for the night. Yeah, what do you want to do now?
Fish looks around, turns to Cal. Are you hungry?
Literally, like they're gonna go get chips.
I want Cal to be like, "Why are you hungry?" I don't like that.
She doesn't say this. It's too funny.
Just
What she
gross.
doesn't
You guys-
say is, "I thought you weren't into me that way."
Thought I wasn't your type.
Yeah, no, that's what she says in my heart. It's not what she says.
She thinks it.
Yeah, she
And
thinks,
Kekino hears.
Kekino goes, nice
Kekino
one.
goes, she says, "Should we not wait for the others?"
Oh, we could go back. I mean, you know what? Sarah's probably hungry too. You know what? I shouldn't fucking talk to her about hunger at all. That would be terrible.
I'm
Okay.
laughing, but Cal actually looks a little sympathetic, like puts like a I don't think she like touches Fish, but like puts out a hand of being like there on the air above their shoulder.
Mhm.
The air
Yeah.
broom.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I
Kekino
should talk to
goes,
her.
I do not get hungry, but I like food.
Yeah, pal. Yeah.
Plant.
Well,
What's on your mind? What past the veil, Denya? Let me in, would ya?
Absolutely unhinged ways to start conversations.
What are your innermost thoughts?
Collisionist stares at it. Collisionist stares at Fish for a very long moment and then says, "Ask your seal."
Okay. Well,
It does not work that way. You need to say something. Say how you're feeling.
okay. Well,
Because of the way he works, if you say like I'm feeling fine, he will get kind of like the sense of how you're actually feeling. But if you don't say anything, he can't just like read your mind.
So
But he
is
very
that
much like,
Collisionist
"Oh,
says,
hell."
a shame.
Shame is not good.
She says, "Well, I suppose if we grab food, we can bring it back to the other members of our party."
yeah. Okay. Then let's go over there and we'll grab some chips. And hopefully by the time we get back to the place, Isle and Metal will be back. And we can talk and be friends.
How dark? How dark is it right now?
Because we're going slightly back in time,
Yeah.
we're kind of like just at sunset. So it is dark, but not so dark that you kind of can't see. There are a couple streetlights, not very many, and only kind of on this main drag. But it is definitely closer to night than it is day, but not full dark yet.
Are they heading to the bar for food?
First of all, while this has been happening, Kekino kind of slaps against Fish's arm and is like, Cal, too colliginous. And trying to like squeeze out.
Oh, he wants you. He wants you.
He
Like
locks
a
on your
baby.
shoulder, and he nuzzles his little seal nose into your head and is like, "No, ashamed, cow good," and then goes, "Fish, that way, not fish, fish," and is pointing towards the bar.
All right. Yeah. Well, let's get you some little sardines there, buddy.
Yes.
Give me my boy. Give me my boy.
He just gives like a little pat to Cal's shoulder as he gets taken back into Fish's arms. Yeah, so you head into the bar.
Cal waits
Kind of
outside.
What?
Cal waits outside.
Cal waits
Cal waits
outside.
outside. Okay. Fish heads into the bar. It's kind of a combination, like, bar food kind of place. Like a decent number of people are drinking, but there is a grill back there, and some people are getting like burgers, and there is some fried fish, which is actually pretty common in this area of the world of this time period. So Fish was right, but there is kind of like a form of fish and chips, not exactly the same as we would be familiar with it. There's a little more native inspiration to it, especially the fries are not potato fries. They're a different kind of root vegetable that's not as common here. But people seem to be enjoying it. It seems to be good, and everybody's kind of relaxing after a long day at work. Some people kind of look up at you as you come in, and then do kind of a double take when you're holding a seal. But nobody says anything.
Okay. Does this place serve bannock?
I don't
insight.
believe so. Yeah, I'd say not something entirely like bannock, but they do have flatbread and
Okay, yep.
various types of that. Yeah.
Well, I feel like flatbread is a safe option for everyone, and then, Cal's picky eatedness. So Fish, I'm gonna go up and be like, "Hey, hi, for
Hey, how's it going?
it's good, man. How are you?"
It's all right.
Yeah, I'd like to have 5 of the flatbreads and just some of the fried fish. And here, I have a literal gold nugget for you as payment.
He takes it, is very confused, is very, very like, why would you do this to pay for food? I understand maybe using gold to pay for stuff. It's weird, but gold naturally occurs here. We've had our own mining boom for gold. That's it's not so bizarre. Why would you go to a food place and try to pay with this? Just like confusion, confusion, confusion. But he does very slowly and kind of looking like he's fighting with himself about it. Take it and put it in a pocket and start going and getting food for you together.
I feel
Thank
like
you.
fish is the source of all the like, here's a little gremlin who shows up and will give you a gold piece if you do some weird shit for him. Like,
Yeah.
you
To be
find
clear,
legends
it's
about
not even
fish
like
doing
a
fucked up
coin.
shit.
It's like a gold nugget.
Yep.
It's raw gold. Yeah, he You first see him head down to the end of the bar and kind of like quietly talk with someone there and take out the gold nugget and show it. And the guy kind of talks back and they're like kind of agreeing on something, and then he puts it away, and then he goes and starts making your food. Um, he uh, he comes back with your food. He's thrown in an extra side of fries. You think that conversation was probably like, how much is this gold worth compared to money? And somebody's like, this much. And he was like, so they overpaid me, but they also paid me in a gold nugget, which is really annoying to deal with. So I feel bad and I'm going to give them more food, but not like what it's actually worth. And so you get 5 orders of flatbread, which is not just a flatbread. They're actually little like foil wrapped packages, a couple of pieces each, and a fried fish and chips, and then 2 extra sides of fries chips, basically.
Okay, thank you, and good night, everyone, because Fish has obviously noticed that people are staring at them and their seal, and then they walk out.
Yeah, good night. Who the fuck was that?
Coming out the front, Cal's standing there, Fish, like, is like, do you like, here, how about you hold the food?
Cold.
Okay, cool. Let's head on back to the thing, and maybe the others will have returned.
Okay, you head back to kind of the area that the clan was recovering in. The exact house you were staying in seems much the same, but you can see a little bit more activity in the surrounding houses. And it looks like maybe the clan was comfortable enough to spread out a little bit more as they're all kind of bunking down for the night. Um, the houses seem crowded, but you may be able to find a place to sleep here. But when you come in, you see Sarah in the house, kind of checking on some things,
Sniffing
laughing.
Fish's sweaters.
And
Cal looks at how freaked out Fish looks at this.
Oh, well, I want to roll insight on how Sarah's doing.
Okay, cool. So I think they see Sarah and they both like stop.
Yeah. Stop, analyze. Okay. So insight?
yep,
Oh yeah, 15, and that's a +2, so 17.
with a 17, Sarah looks a little apprehensive, which is not an emotion you're used to seeing on her face. And kind of looks like she wants to say something to you, but is also kind of like, oh, this is awkward. Like, not that she wants you to leave, but that she's kind of torn between wanting to talk to you and you being here, and like wanting to not talk to you and not have you be here.
Okay. Well, absorbing this, Fish just goes, "Hey Sarah, if you're we got your food, um, and now we're just gonna go back out and look for Metal and Isle if they haven't come back yet. But here's this, and hey, do you want to look after Kekino for a little bit?"
Yeah, sure. Yes. Yeah. And she takes Kekino from you, kind of like holding him up like a weird baby, and he's like flopping and slapping. And she's like, "Yeah, okay," and kind of tucks him into his arms, and she's kind of like, "Oh, I'm good. We had some food, while you were gone, cooked." And the little kid who's like most of the way asleep is like, Is that flatbread? I smell
Yeah.
flatbread.
Yeah, pal. You can have some if you like. Actually, I'm not an authority at all. Like, where is this child's parent?
Michelle's parent is right next to him and awake, and it's just like
Okay.
he's kind of like, yeah, if you want.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
know,
cool.
I'm not gonna speak for somebody else's food, but
Okay. Well, leaving that there, I'm just gonna grab a fistful of fries and just turn away from Sarah so she doesn't have to see me eating, and go, and then like mentally think very hard at Kekino, but not say this aloud.
Mhm.
Just be cool, man. Just be cool. And then turn back to Cal. Okay.
The little boy gets his gets a packet of his fry bread, and you start eating some chips. In doing so, you put down the food and reach for it. Uh, you can see Sarah flinch just a little bit again, as it seems like you're kind of reaching for her, and she looks angry, but angry with herself for flinching, not angry with you necessarily. And Kekino is in her arms, snuggled up, starts making little seal noises to kind of calm her, and exactly, and sends back to you. I am always cool because I am always a little bit wet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fish approval. Approval from my dad is my favorite. And he just kind of curls up with Sarah as you both leave again, I assume.
Yep. Fish is heading out.
He's not always pissing himself, Vienna. The way his like ice sliding works is that he's always ever so slightly damp, and if you like put him in one place for a long period of time, it would also make that area damp.
No, it's pee pee.
No, it's not pee-pee. He's not constantly peeing.
I'll have
He's a
been sitting
magical construct.
somewhere.
He doesn't have to pee.
I'll have been sitting somewhere, and I get up and I say, What did I sit in?" And it was me.
Patrick's
Jesus
like, respect
Christ.
me. I'm in charge here.
Cal is
Okay.
eating chips, being like, I don't know how I feel about this.
Okay. Are we leaving? Are you going to bring along the chips?
Yeah. No, I think she's got like, maybe she's like grabbed a little like cute basket or something
Yeah.
to bring the
Little
food.
picnic.
Little like basket and piece of cloth to drape over it to keep it warm. And then she's got that in her crook and crook arm and she's eating
Yep.
little small bites with your other hand.
I will say both of you noticed, since you both went in, that the house you were in before seemed kind of full as everyone was, getting looked after. Now that people are kind of settling in for the night, claiming sleeping spots and stuff like that, it doesn't really look like there's room for you in this house. You would probably have to bed down in another one of the houses or go to the motel. But
Chris
you
here?
can kind of. Chris is not here anymore.
That's fine. I want to be where Chris is.
Yeah,
Okay.
Chris is gonna keep us safe.
Yeah, we'll find Chris.
Yeah, Chris is gonna be our fucking bodyguard.
Do you ask anyone where Chris is?
Have
Fish
you
doesn't.
seen this man? Civilian
Cal
number
thinks
7.
it, but does not ask.
In her heart, that's where she wants to be.
Well, if
I
you
was
want
talking to Patrick about it, and she knew that she was fucking this guy over. And then he comes out with like a paper cut, and she's like, "What the fuck is his deal?"
Mm-hmm. Well, then you can do like some investigation checks to try to figure out where Chris is / where Chris lives. Otherwise,
Goodness.
while you search
Kyle
around
searches
for
the ground for Chris's scat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nobody shits in the woods but Isle.
I'm so
Isle,
sorry. I don't know
Isle is
what's going
confused
Yeah,
on
about
what's
this
that.
this
evening.
potty humor?
Um, but yes, I think we will cut back to what Isle and Mel are doing if you're just going to go look for them.
Yep.
Okay. You guys are in the museum, and you said you were going to read the plaque for the book.
I want to read the plaque. I also want to see if any of the pages in the book are noticeably empty, like something has come off them.
Okay. The plaque, you don't need to roll for or anything. It basically gives a description about how um, this was a white man who was kind of the early version of an ethnologist who was collecting native stories and writing them down because Cree did not have a written language until kind of modern history. Is a lot of listening to storytellers. This guy specifically didn't have a great reputation because he brought back a lot of stories and they didn't really seem to match with stories other people were telling, and there was some like accusations that he was kind of just making stuff up, which was fairly common at the time, of just like, you know, selling books by just making up stories that sound native instead of actually doing the work. um, but there is the ending of the plaque, seemingly written by Tenna, basically says the differences in these stories versus the other stories may be an indication that these are stories from the clan rather than the Cree, from when the clan was larger and more prominent in this area before it was merged into the larger Cree bands. Um, so that's kind of like some background on the book. One or both of you can give me an investigation check to see like the book itself, um, and you know what condition it's in, if any pages are missing or anything like that.
I feel like we should both do it. I'm just imagining like we're in a dark room and we open this book and like have our little like cheeks pressed together and then it just like lights up and then like wind comes out. Like,
Yes, and our hair goes. Yeah.
woo!
I rolled a 16.
16 and I think it's
Wow.
plus 2. 18.
Okay.
Ah.
16 and an 18. It's hard because it's very clearly an old book. You can tell pretty quickly that this is like a first edition, you know, printed at the time of this guy's first doing the stories. And based on the notes you can see in the intro, it seems like this is an original version and that it was pretty quickly edited. And so the content, if you like found a copy of this book today, would not be what this original story is. It was maybe even perhaps censored in some way. Um, and because it's kind of old, it's falling apart a little bit. There are some loose pages. There are some problems with the binding. And so it's a little hard to tell at first. But with that high investigation, you can see that it doesn't seem like there are any pages missing. Um, no, no kind of damage to the pages themselves that seem unnatural in any way, just some very normal kind of tearing and a little bit of ink rubbing off in some places and things like that. You do find a couple of dog ears that have been like smoothed out in order to preserve this book, and it kind of naturally opens to a section kind of near the middle, kind of latter half. And as you're flipping through, yep, as
Get
you're
killed.
flipping through, you stop at a page and you see the continuation of whatever legend this is, but on the opposite page, a drawing and an author's note about the drawing. And you recognize actually, that's a question. Were either of you, do you think, close enough to see the mark on Fish's forehead?
Metal was not close enough. She was not, honestly, she was not paying attention to what was happening in the front of the pack.
No.
You see the mark that was on Fish's forehead in this book, and don't think anything of it. And just search the rest of the book. Doesn't seem to be any damage. Doesn't seem to be anything missing um, like that. Um, as you finish this, you hear a very small knock, and you can see Catherine kind of at the door, still very scared, but seemingly kind of like psyched herself up to come check on you.
The cats are
Can
still
Metal
dead.
can Metal just like take the book in the thought that maybe she can show it to Sarah?
Yeah.
And just slip it into her bag.
Yep. And because you were in the office, you don't need to roll for like sleight of hand. You can just put it away without Catherine seeing you stealing things from a potential crime scene.
That's
but
fine. Hey, we're in charge here.
she just
Listen,
goes,
did native people have any reason to trust the police? Well, maybe they have their own police force. Never mind. But
they do because they have their own police force. Yes.
Yeah,
and she's
never
actually
mind.
here to say
Never
she
mind.
phoned the police. Yeah. I phoned the police, and Matt is gonna come out and take a look at things. He didn't believe me until I told him about the dead cats, and so he's gonna come. He's gonna come check it out. And I was just wondering if you were both done in here, so I can kind of lock it up and let him back in when he gets here, or is there anything else you need from me, or is there any way that I can help Tenna, or anything like that at all?
Nah.
I think we've seen everything. I think you know, if you just take care of the little kitten, and then I'm sure we'll all get to the bottom of this.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I haven't been sleeping very well. I will go.
I'll go.
I'll go
Zoom enhance.
for the police.
I haven't been sleeping well either. That's crazy that you say that. I've been having like nightmares. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, me too.
Oh
Yeah,
goodness.
it's
Wow.
really
Wow.
awful. Stressful. I don't usually have them.
Have you when did you start having them?
I mean, every once in a while for the past couple weeks, pretty regularly the last week or so.
I'll goes cool, so it's here.
Normal. Having a normal one.
anything anything particularly like weird about the nightmares, or just kind of like,
No, just
you know?
having them. I mean, usually I'll wake up once from the nightmare, and my heart's really racing, and I think I hear something outside, but then it's nothing, and then it goes away, and I can get back to sleep. I don't have any more
Was
nightmares.
Tenna having nightmares?
Not that she told me, but she looked tired sometimes.
Is Tenna's house like, I'm just for some reason picturing it that it's against the woods. Is it against the woods, or is it in like just a neighborhood?
It is not against the woods. It's not that far from the woods, but it is kind of the far side of the woods, if that makes sense. It goes wood, city, river, more woods. Like Tennis House is over here. It's not by the woods where you ran into the Ghost Eater, although it is still part of the forest, and it's still part of the same forest, and it's not abutting the woods. There's like 3 kind of streets of houses between her and the woods. So close, but not, in them.
Metal's just gonna like look at Isle and like make her eyes really wide. Like
Both of you give me a perception check. I'll say with disadvantage because you're both kind of distracted by this conversation.
Well, 9 plus 5 is 14.
Mine will be 12.
Okay. That is just enough that Metal does not notice, but Isle does, but not until it's very close. The kitten has left Catherine's house because the door was open and come down the steps and is still like trying to be very quiet and not very good at walking yet, is kind of going up to you. And you can see that the kitten just kind of like walks up and like latches its claws into Metal's pant leg and starts to, or skirt rather, and starts to try to climb up. And that's when Metal
Metal's
notices
flesh.
that
I
the
was like,
kitten is
"Ah!"
here.
This session is Patrick aggressively trying to give us pets,
Yeah,
which is
I'm
correct.
into it.
I'm just gonna make sure that it's not gonna eat me, and then I'm just gonna pick it up. I have little buddy. Well,
Oh, I'm so sorry. I can take her back.
yeah.
if
Wait,
you
can you
want.
put her right here?
She seems attached to you though.
I have adopted a child. Here
Yep.
she is, all grown.
There she is in real life. Wow.
No, Sylvie, come back. All right,
My
well,
prop now.
So you've got a cat now. That's like
she's like, I
great,
don't
another
care.
mouth to feed.
Yeah, Metal's just gonna hold on to this child.
Oh, you're gonna take her? Okay. Okay. 1 second. She runs back to her house and she comes back with a couple of cat food in this time period was weird, but they did have little cans of functionally wet food. So she has a couple of cans of wet food that she kind of awkwardly hands to you, and the blanket that it was curled up in, and a little container of like powdered milk substitute.
The
Um,
bagged milk.
yeah, Metal's just like, well, I cannot leave behind a defenseless little creature. So should we should we stick around for when the police get here?
Isle says,
If you don't
certainly
mind.
not.
Okay, I'll
Well,
lock the door.
yeah.
Not. Isle's not going to deal with law enforcement. Goodbye.
Oh no. Well, maybe we should just make sure that he gets here okay, and then then Catherine will be okay by herself.
I'll see you while.
Isle says, stay with you. Like she does not give a shit about this mortal has exhausted her usefulness. Goodbye. Also, once they're out of earshot, Isle's going to say, you can name her Elevina. Because Tenna's gone.
Wow.
This is from Fish. This is Fish's direct influence, I'm going to say. I'm blaming.
Yeah,
She
no,
would
I
never
know.
have said this.
No.
As you hang out, a car pulls up. No kind of like lights or sirens. It's just painted on the side that this is the reservation police force. And a man gets out to first kind of like check out Tenna's house and like look in the windows really quick, and then he goes across the street into Catherine's. And I assume as soon as you see him there, Isle wants to just take
Yeah.
off. Yeah. I will say, just character wise, Isle does not have any reason to believe she is being hunted by mortal law enforcement.
Oh no, she just doesn't like them.
Yeah.
100%.
Notice what I'm not saying in that phrase.
Are you saying
Go the
Isle's
rehab
on the
hit.
run? She's on the run. Interesting.
We're gonna be at the Requiem Ball, and then Isle's gonna see
The
us.
FBI is gonna
Limbs and bone. It's like, fuck. This guy hates me.
Oh my god.
this guy.
Oh. As you head back towards where the clan houses are, you run into Cal and Fish kind of coming back for you, still kind of along a main drag. Yeah, eating bread, shoving food in their face. Probably reminds Isle, like, oh, my snacks are running a little bit low. Let's fix that. Just constantly stress eating, and having not refreshed on snacks other than like a single packet of like nuts at Elder Longfisher's house that one time. Probably going through your stash. And you all meet up kind of on this random street corner in town.
Oh, hey guys. How's it going? Where were you?
Cats.
What? You've
Metal-
got holy shit.
I have little buddy.
Oh my god.
I'm
look at this
holding
little
a
fucking
fucking
thing.
cat and the Christian Bible.
Using based speech, I
Glowing
say,
tone.
what's up?
A
The cat just saw its whole family die. What's up?
I've
Who are
seen the
you?
words.
Oh,
Who are
guys,
you?
Guys, fucking talk to me. Fucking talk to me.
It's just.
Metal's like, ask him what he's seen.
Who are we? Like, what do I say? Who do I say we are? Like, what
Allies?
would the cat know?
I think it's just.
Good. Say we're good.
We're good. We're friends.
You will not hurt provider.
No.
And kind of curls up to Metal a little bit more.
Oh yeah. Okay. I think it likes you, Metal. That in base speech again. That's Metal. I think it's picked you, girl.
Metal snuggles. Can you can you ask? We just came from okay, so we went to find Tenna. She's not there. She's honestly probably dead somewhere. And there was like mummified cats everywhere.
Cal immediately cast death sense.
Yeah.
We're gonna use
Oh shit, I was needed.
To get near Tenna's place. You're too far away at this point. You would have to
Oh,
go
we're too
back a
far
little
away. Then I will
To
say
do
she
that.
starts going in the direction that they came
They
from
walked
without
from?
saying
Yeah.
anything.
Right.
Okay, Fish
We're just like,
follows.
yeah.
Yeah, we just
It's like,
follow her.
Yeah.
I'll go.
Um,
There's
Metal's like-
cops.
There's cops. Okay, Cal, when you
She
get
casts. She hears there's cops, and then she silently passes. She casts pass without trace on everybody.
Oh,
Okay.
yep. Okay, she's gone. We're all gone. Sorry. Tell me
My
the
body's gone.
what's happening.
I'm just like,
again?
okay.
Yeah.
Metal's
Calvers-
just gonna give a quick recap.
Cal starts walking off, and as you get a little bit closer, you can see the car out front and the front door of Tenna's place open, and kind of the light of a flashlight going around in there. You just see the shadows wrap around Cal as she starts kind of disappearing from view, and then you're like, oh, and then kind of look down, and they're wrapping around you too, and you're like, oh. All right.
Happening to me.
I take this opportunity to, I've grabbed a bit of flatbread to, look at Isle in the face and go, here you go, got this for you.
Beautiful.
I'll wordlessly takes the flatbread and just slams it in her mouth. Mm,
It's
Can I do
not
a
just a flatbread. It's got a little bit of garlic and butter in there, a little bit
Ugh.
fancier than what the man makes.
Yum.
Tasty.
If she makes even the slightest facial expression, Fish is just going to be like, yeah, I knew you'd like it.
No,
And
not a. She's very. There's not a single other than chewing.
Okay, well then
Are
they're
you gonna make me
staring
roll for that,
intently.
Patrick?
Yes, you are going to make a deception roll with advantage, though, because you are trying not to give something away.
Full of
You're
rage.
trying really, really hard, but
Yes.
yeah. Give me a deception roll with advantage. Fish,
And-
give me an insight roll.
Yep.
Okay. Right. So.
Okay, that's 14 in total.
16 minus 1 is a 15.
Okay.
No
What
emotion ever.
happens with that? Still, that was very close. You do win,
Yes.
but still, that was very close.
Yes.
So, you eat this flash bread, just slamming it in your mouth. Your face gives nothing away, but there is a little bit of
I
an
go.
involuntary. And so Fish is like, "What was that?" And you're like, "Nothing." So it's like
Yep.
Fish like maybe got a reaction, but can't
Yep.
be sure.
Just analyzing and being like, oh, fuck. Okay, come back to that. Anyway, hi,
feel like
hello
if-
again, Cat.
I feel like in Fish's at least specific to or like specific instances that they've had in this interaction, they'd be like, women. But like if they interacted with any normal women, it'd be like they wouldn't be like that. It just that every woman he interacts with is a fucking insane freak.
Yeah, just,
That's Fish's taste.
That's
That's
how
girls for ya.
them gals work.
Just my
Okay.
type.
As you quickly walk back to Tenna's place, do you interrogate the cat anymore?
Yes, I'd like to say, are you alright?
The cat is very sleepy and is in fact falling asleep and kind of Metal's jacket bundled up. But the cat communicates back to you kind of like, I was hungry and I'm sad.
Oh,
Very
same.
mama's gone.
Oh, same, but I'm not sad about it. Oh.
Women, am I right?
Okay, yep, I think that's
Oh.
enough cat communication for now. Fish is I just give it a little pat. I'm like, okay, so this is ours now, isn't it?
Yeah. If Metal has like a little pocket somewhere on her, she's just gonna like put it in the
Toss it
pocket.
in there.
It's just gonna.
You can kind of take your hotel coat, like
Yeah.
stuff the blanket down in the bottom to make like a little bulge, and then you can just
Yeah,
kind of like put her right here. Yeah.
Now Cal has to make 2 baby Bjorns.
What?
Yeah.
Now Cal has to make 2 baby Bjorns.
Yeah, it's true.
No, don't roll my dice.
Kitten seems to go back to sleep, but as you get close to the back to Tenna's house, you can see it kind of slitting its eyes a little bit of like, oh, this place smells familiar to me, and it's like the place of danger, so I'm being more aware.
Okay. just real quick, vibe check without rolling. Fish goes, "Oh, this sucks."
Yeah. As you all go towards back towards Tenna's house, give me a stealth roll, everyone.
Do we
Group
have
stealth?
10 plus 10 for the pass without trace.
Oh, I am gone. I am gone.
That's 17 total for me.
Okay.
I also have a
20.
17.
29.
24 total.
24,
29?
29. That'll beat you. Wow.
I learned.
Yeah, you watched me.
I've been watching her.
Yeah,
Metal
I
goes
actually feel
Nina
like
from Hunger
Metal would be actually trying to be stealthy, and Cal leading, knowing her magic is working, is just like stomping, like no attempts, while Metal's like,
I'm like, I've
Dun,
never been
dun,
in this
dun,
before.
dun,
The Scooby Doo vibes aren't real.
You don't have any problems getting up close to the house. If you want to go inside while this officer is still walking around, that would be an additional check.
yeah, she
But
just
you
cast Death Sense outside the house.
but you can get up to the house absolutely no problem, and you do actually see Catherine, although you don't know who that is, Cal, looking out her window, and she seems focused on kind of the police officer inside and is looking worried. Doesn't notice you guys. When you cast,
I should think not.
These two hot women came and wanted to visit the museum. And then we found
Uh,
the dead cats.
yeah,
And then they
exactly. That is the
vanished.
report.
Then
Then
they
they vanished.
disappeared.
Never saw them again.
With your death sense, you get a sense of violent death
Cool.
of a human being
Cool.
in the main part of the museum near the office, and you get a number of smaller animal deaths that are that interesting combination between violent and non-violent that you've gotten with some of the that you were looking at with some of the ice hearts and such, of being like, if it was violence, it was not a stabbing, it was like a spell or something like that.
Okay.
And you also know that the person died 7 days ago, and that the animals died um, 8 days ago. I mean, sorry, 6 days ago.
Cool. Collagenous gestures towards the museum, and she says, human being death. It's violent 7 days ago. Moves her hand to the house, says, several animal deaths. Odd, not able to exactly figure out what happened here. I've seen this before, 6 days ago.
Can you tell where the body went? I'll just doesn't know how your power works.
Yeah.
I
Where
can
is she?
A while that's no, Monique.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just gonna do Eldritch Sight next, but like have this interaction.
Cool. How about we both have both Fish and Cal do like follow-up magic in response to that.
Yep.
I will say to answer Isle and also Vienna's question, Cal can see the like point at which someone died, like where the body was when they actually died, when they passed over, and separately she can sense dead bodies. So if she she's gotten a sense of where somebody died. She has not gotten a sense of a dead body, at least not in range
Well,
for
Yeah.
the human.
I didn't know if you could see like if it had gotten dragged somewhere or anything.
Death sense, the way I've interpreted it is like an explosion of, this is extremely locked tome coded, but an explosion of death energy that she can sense and will linger in a place for linger very obviously in a place for 2 weeks, and if she really dives deeper, she can go further back than that. And then dead bodies are just, she has to be like much closer, really like actively scanning for it, and has to be fairly nearby to her.
Mhm.
Cool. I'm gonna do my follow-up. Is this gonna be Arcana?
Yeah. Do an Arcana check, and then Fish will also make an Arcana check for Elder Sight.
Don't I just get that?
Yeah, but I'm trying to establish, like, you definitely see
Gotcha.
something. It's like how well you can interpret what you're seeing necessarily.
Gotcha.
Cool. I only got an 11.
17.
With a 11, Cal is able to determine that the death was very sharp and kind of sudden. And you feel kind of magically feel like a kind of impact, like someone was killed with a blunt object. For Fish with a 17, you do see that even through the walls, you can see that some of the objects that are on display are magical. You can also see that the book that Metal and Isle has a little bit of magic in the binding, not particularly strong, but something. And that there are a couple of spells for kind of like privacy, kind of like personal space kind of spells around the home part of the museum and the office part. And you can also see the kind of on the fritz flickering magic of the symbol that Isle destroyed, which was originally seems to your eyes to have been a spell against kind of spying, a spell for privacy on kind of the work area. And you, with a 17, you also get a little bit of lingering traces of magic in the both in the museum and in the home, just kind of in random spots. And if you communicated with Cal, those would match to where the cats died, and then their bodies where they were moved. And
Fish does communicate this.
Yeah.
and
No, they're like, I feel like genuinely, like, Cal and Fish are now speaking in very, like, intricate, like, detailed, like, magic thing. And I think, like, Metal and Isle are like, oh my god, I think they may have bonded slightly on their little adventure.
What?
There's no, like, the really distant cold, like, I'm only speaking to you if I really, really have to. It's just instantaneous information shared with Fish.
Yeah.
Uncle and niece. So profound.
Wow.
so heartwarming.
And
you
also,
do-
Fish just goes, "Oh, you got a magic book there." Anyway,
Oh,
there and
Metal's
there
like,
and there.
yeah, we found this
Um,
too.
you can also tell with a 17 that the magic that was surrounding these cats is of the same flavor as some magic you've seen before. Some around the house that was attacked by the Ghost Eater. some on the wolves. Just magic you've come to associate with the Ghost Eater's power. And you can surmise that seemingly, based on your conversation with Cal, the person who died here didn't die from magic, or at least not entirely from magic, and the cats did.
Okay. Well, my theory is this. The Ghost Eater killed all her cats, and she killed herself out of grief.
Collision is literally like stopped as they like killed it. Oh, she said it is not a suicide.
All camaraderie has ended.
She just says that and then goes back to what she's doing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, you're the death expert. Anyway, that's me.
Also, Cal was very explicitly like, Tenna died, and then the cats died a day later.
Yeah.
Fish
She
wasn't
had a
listening.
psychic vision of her cats dying, and
It was like, that's so Raven.
Preemptively
yeah,
off
it was
the
like,
top,
I'm
yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Metal's like, interesting interpretation.
Yeah, you all go in to correct Fish, and they go, "Oh, yeah, well, you know me. I'm a jokester."
How dark is it right now?
It is pretty dark at night. There are, as I said, street lamps that have now come on. It's full night now, but the street lamps are a little bit farther away. So it's pretty dim. Near a street light it's kind of not near this. It's a little bit farther into the main drag of town. Most of the light is coming from the moon, which is decently full, and light spilling on from from Catherine's house, and also from the police officer having turned on the lights inside Tenna's house, as well as searching around with a flashlight. So the area itself is fairly dark. There is some brighter areas nearby you can move into.
Okay. I'm just asking this. Oh, I'll say, Colliginous is kind of like looking around. They're like kind of wrapping up their collective arcana report, and I think she says, while I feel our best leads will be at this location, Fish and I will need some time to prepare our lodgings for the night. She like taps her she pulls out her notebook and she says, I think we may have discovered a way to circumvent the need for a sensitive.
Hopefully. It's just an idea that I had.
A good idea.
Thanks, Jenya.
Metal's like, the team is bombing.
Isle's like, oh, so fuck her too.
I'll knows Cal would never.
Cal gives off such sex repulsed energy that Isle doesn't need to worry.
Not even necessarily sex repulsed, but more just like that. Those it wouldn't have. It would be like magnets if you tried to put two magnets close to each other, the same ends. Yeah.
They just fly apart. Yeah.
Or like the opposite end connects. The opposite end connects, which to me is brains connecting, which is us collaborating on having our magic senses and such.
Yeah.
I think Metal and Isle did such a good job at this, and I think they were doing so well, and you guys were having such like good rolls, and I just think it's so fucking funny. We were fucking around in the library, and we immediately were like, this happened, this happened, this happened, this is a series of events. 30 seconds to be like, alright.
We found stuff, but we don't have death sense, okay? We don't have, we should have switched teams.
No, Patrick clearly designed this for all four of us, and then we were like, we're gonna go on our own mission.
We're going to the library. We're dreams come true.
They'll all come back eventually. One thing I
It's
forgot to mention with Cal's Arcana roll is when you are examining kind of the magical signatures of the cats, something interesting is kind of drawing you to their bodies. That same kind of sense of like they were murdered, but they also weren't. It was violent, but it wasn't. This kind of like weird space of being killed by a spell that does not do like physical violent harm necessarily. And if you move close enough, if your curiosity is piqued and you move close enough to be able to like see one of the cat bodies through the window, you can perhaps make sense of what you're feeling here.
Yeah, I think she will, kind of having conveyed that she is wrapping up, I think she's gonna go and do another stealth check to enter the house side with the kitty bodies.
Oh,
Is there a
okay.
way that,
Go for it.
And like if Cal's going on up ahead, I guess I will come up to Cal and just go, the cats look well. Did Cal see half dead fish?
Yes.
Yeah, I think Cal will be like, the cats look like fish did.
With do you think with that I would poke out my head in anyways?
Gotta love a dead body.
You
Yeah.
get
Right?
you
You
get
resist a dead body.
yeah, even with your spell, you do get disadvantage on this stealth check because you are entering a very small area with a police officer that is actively looking for things that don't belong.
Okay. Cool.
This is worse than goodness.
Fortunately, he didn't roll very high, but
The
yeah.
team gets arrested.
Cool.
Yeah. The end.
mean,
So
someone could try to
even on my disadvantage, I have a dirty 20.
Okay, cool. That's what I thought would probably happen, but you sneak into the museum and you can hear the person kind of moving around in the house part. You can get closer to the place of death for the human body. No signs that you can see, at least nothing obvious. And you sneak your way towards the house side, peek in. The officer is rummaging through some personal effects, looking at mail, looking at the window that wasn't latched, and you kind of just sneak behind him around the other direction into the bedroom with the cats, and you can now investigate them. Between your death sense and seeing the bodies, you do think it is something similar to what happened to fish, but not exactly the same. Same kind of magic, but maybe a different spell. What happened is, much like fish, these cats were kind of starved and made hungry. Unlike fish, they weren't driven to attack, they just died. They were starved to death, seemingly in a matter of moments.
She notes all of that, kind of gets another glance around, and I think she does kind of like glance at how dark it is, and then scurries back out of the house.
Yeah, and you're in a pretty brightly lit area right now while this guy's investigating, but you rolled high enough that you can just sneak back out again without getting noticed.
She leaves the house and she says, "We have to assume that there will be some form of activity from the Ghost Eater tonight."
Do we think it'll be in the
Fuck.
same place? Should we like?
It's just eloquent. Fuck.
Can Metal just look at the kitten and be like, "Are you okay?
Yeah, how'd you make it up?
Why are you not dead?"
She's Chris number 7.
It's true!
Cat number.
There is actually a reason why this kitten survived. I don't think any of you rolled high enough in any of your investigations or in Fish's Arcana to be able to tell exactly why, but there is a reason.
Oh.
Man,
Okay.
what the fuck?
Now, first things first. We're gonna have to tell Sarah that this woman has died so that she can call the clan to tell them that this woman has died. And I'm not going to be the one to tell her because she's
Elizabeth
mad
turns
at
and
me
says,
currently.
that seems to be a task for Metal.
Yeah.
Okay,
Metal,
yeah, I can do
put
that.
this on
That's
you.
okay.
That was so like, yeah, no, it's important to do that. It's important to do that. And I'm not the one doing it. It's like, oh, okay.
You know, I'm delivering bad news. I'm sure comes with the job. I will do this, so don't worry about it.
You
I
totally
don't
got it.
suppose there's any way we can evacuate the town.
Caligulus points at that and says, it seems to have a footprint that allows it to cross distances that I believe no evacuation could completely circumnavigate. Right. I was considering perhaps gathering everyone in one space. Less likely that someone could be silently killed in the middle of the night.
Well, okay. Let's think of it like this. What does it want? Do we know?
Eat? Tell me, bitch!
She has no idea. She's just like, what a good question.
No, I thought it would just be especially funny to have that line when it's like, we the people know, the characters do not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, though, you know, a larger picture, you don't necessarily know. But you have some evidence if you want to discuss it and look at it more thoroughly. Do you want to kind of head home, try to set up for the night, and kind of, you know, maybe start in research mode and a comfortable place that's not in the middle of the street?
Yeah, Cal definitely wants enough time to experiment with sigils, and also knows that bedding down was getting a little tight at the place when they were having dinner, so wants to head back and figure out where they are. So she has enough time to completely fuck up somebody's painting on their walls.
Question.
Yeah.
Does Isle remember seeing an ice heart in the office or the museum at all, or an ice heart box in Tenna's office or house or anything?
There is not. You've seen no evidence of one.
Cool. Sounds good.
Some of her papers and planners refer to like, oh, you know, going down for the flower ceremony, which she didn't do
But
because,
yeah.
you know,
She was
it seems
dead.
like, yeah, it seems like not unusual that she missed because she doesn't seem super involved in like clan life and the rituals and stuff. But you now know that she actually missed because she was dead, not because she was out of
Sounds
town.
good. Cool.
Yeah, you see references to like some clan stuff. There is a on display in the museum. There is not an a little ice heart house, but something that is not dissimilar enough that like it could be used for that purpose. But it was an object that was still there, and the plaque didn't mention it housing an ice heart. It was just like, a small house model potentially used for ritual purposes. And it's like, is that true, or is that Tenna just kind of like not giving away secrets, to anybody?
Tenna bought a birdhouse at Bachman's
Yeah,
and slammed it on there.
we did it to make it look
You
old. Yeah, so
recap everything to us, like in the book and stuff like that.
I was gonna say once we get back to the
Yeah.
hotel, we're gonna be like, please look at this. We are
Yeah, I
done.
was gonna say, you guys know about this. This means nothing to us. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, before we go that way, Metal just wants to go to Catherine's house and be like, hey, if you want to stay at the motel, I feel like you probably feel better if you did. Okay, bye. I don't want to
She
get
packs
killed
up
over
with her
here.
cats.
Yeah, I'm sure it's pet friendly. Maybe just, stay where more people are so you're not by yourself. Okay, bye.
I don't know the full story, but I'm willing to shut your room. It's
Cal
slang
has
for pay
decided to
for.
let Pass Without Trace fade off of the non-creepy people, and she's still completely in shadows, just standing like
Yeah.
20 feet to a street lamp, just completely still, stealth mode.
Catherine's doing that squint of kind of like, like I'm trying to look at something, but I'm looking into like a bright light at a dark place, and I can't really see anything other than that something's there. But she goes, yeah, I do think that might be a good idea, actually. Thank you. I'll go to the motel. And she goes in and starts packing up her things. Speaking of which, you guys like saw a sign for the motel. It's not on the main street, but it's kind of like just off of it. So you know where that is, but that's also not where Sarah and the others are. So you got to make that choice as well. Okay, what are you doing? Where are you going?
Well,
Deanna thinks we should
We
probably stay in town. Or stay not at the motel, I mean. We should go to where Sarah
Stay with the
is.
others.
Ink wants to check in with Vienna and ask if she's sleepy.
That's a great question. That's
Yeah.
such a great question. So, like, I am, but also I have so many things I want to talk to you guys about after we, like, wind down. But, like, that's...
Let's make a decision on bunking, and then we'll be done, and then we can do.
I would love that.
Yeah, I'll bring it to a close in the next like 10 minutes or so, and then
Okay.
we can chat.
Yeah.
Polygenous kind of now like elaborates more and is taking out her notebooks, and she's like Fish asked about sigils, and I have
You're just kinda
some.
doing this in the street as you walk.
What?
You're just kind of doing this in the street as you walk.
You're making me feel like I should be suspicious of who over here. I guess Ghost.
No, I'm
Snakes,
just asking.
I think she's just like pulling out her notebook, and she was like, I have some research.
We're walking,
You know what?
talking.
She's probably not making a ton of sense because she's a little like, I discovered something. So Fish is like, yeah. She's just like,
Yeah.
there's this research. I found this in this book. It was 400 years old.
Yeah, it's not fully making sense. It's just like we found something, we're chatting about it, and you guys are just having to stand there and be like, okay, well, I mean, we've got this kitten. Now here's what I think feel like our strategy should be. One of us, Metal, should go back to the house and, relay the info that we've received from our investigation. And then the rest of us should follow Catherine because she clearly knows where the motel is when, well, we don't. And stay there.
Metal's gonna go to the clan and be like, this woman is dead. She's gonna be there by herself.
Leave.
Got some
They
bummer news,
like her.
guys.
They like her, so it's fine.
It's interesting you would be making the decision to have Metal travel alone at night.
Okay.
I don't like this tone.
Okay. So then it should be Fish, and we'll
Metal
make Sarah
dies.
uncomfortable.
I think that we should stay together.
I think we should stay together.
I agree with this as a player. Cal again is just like, manic. Get my sigils. Stop
Yes.
walking so slowly.
Yeah. I'm just, as a player, trying to be like, okay, how can we make everyone happy? But also in a way where we're being strategic.
Yeah.
You put the fox in the container with the grain, and therefore the fox doesn't eat the hen, and then the
Yeah.
hen doesn't eat the grain.
Um,
Does that give you Pop Tropica flashbacks?
No, Patrick, just fucking. This is AFAB stuff. You're just gonna have to sit and deal with it. But, like, guys, I just laughed so hard. My period happened.
You.
Yeah.
That is the life I'm living right at this moment as well. Just like, there's the piss, there's the blood, cool, let's party.
Ah, that explains all the toilet talk.
All coming together.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, Patrick.
Whatever
What made
those
you
Pop
uncomfortable?
Tropica words were.
Then
oh, I don't.
Patrick's
I,
fine.
I've heard a lot of women talk about that issue.
Patrick shit.
And now non-women as well.
Yeah, exactly. I will just point out we're recording this.
I know. Hi, YouTube.
Mitch being like.
I can cut it out if you want, but
No,
I'm
I
proud.
Reserved for the ages.
A stunning moment.
to lay out the choices for you, being kind of with the clan where it's bedding down may offer you a little more safety in numbers potentially because there's more people around. They're kind of on guard, willing to, knowing something is wrong. That's also where the doctor is heading the next day. If you want to check in with him in the morning, there's some people in the clan that you may want to talk to or give information to. That's the benefits of that. Downside is it seems like they're pretty crowded. You won't necessarily have a comfortable night's sleep because you'll be catching, a space of floor or the couch or something like that. And you don't necessarily know if you were to separate whether the Ghost Eater would be targeting you or targeting the clan. And it seems like it's mostly been targeting the clan thus far. So being with more people, if those more people are like under threat, may be more dangerous. But then also, maybe that means you can help protect them. Being in the hotel, it is a slightly more private place for you guys to get a room, but you were a little bit farther away from the others. Nobody in the motel or the area around is going to know what's going on or that there's danger or anything like that. There would be no help if there was any kind of threat, nor do they know to look for one. And while it does give you a lot more privacy, it's also the kind of thing of like, you can talk to the clan members staying at whatever house you're in and be like, hey, we're going to be doing something magical in here. While with a motel, people are potentially going to ask questions or try to figure out why you're making a bunch of noise or things like that. So it kind of depends on what you want to do and various pros and cons.
We
The
need to figure
motel's
out
gonna ask if we're making a bunch of noise. Maybe I should go to bed.
I think we should make our way to the where the clan is staying and just
We gotta find
stay
Chris.
with them.
We gotta find Chris.
We'll
really
stay
gotta
wherever
find
Chris is
Chris.
staying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I think they're probably having this conversation in some form, and Collision says, well, we only saw that one of the houses was full. We can try the other one.
Yeah, we'll make
Okay,
it work.
you head back. You actually catch Sarah entering one of the other houses that clan people are staying in. This is actually the largest of the houses, and you can actually see a small, not attached, guest house behind it. And that's where you see her duck into if you're trying to find her. And if not, you can try to figure out, what's going on with Chris, or with sleeping arrangements, or telling people about Tenna, or what have you.
Important question about Sarah.
Mhm.
Does she have Kekano?
Oh
Yes.
yes.
Cool.
Still
Thank
under her
God.
arm. Just kind of walking around with it.
All right. He's safe there.
I think we should talk to Sarah, and then Sarah can tell everybody else. It's my humble opinion.
Yeah.
I think
I was trying to
Metal.
decide if it would be fun to tell Sarah that someone's dead.
Yeah, I think they're discussing that, and then Cal kind of like gestures her arm to Fish, being like, "Let's get to work on sigil stuff."
Yes. But first, is Fish close enough to like telepathically communicate with Kekano?
Yeah, because it's 120 feet, I believe. So yes.
Okay, well they're just gonna be like, hold on everyone, just let me contact my boy.
Old for boy.
Kekano. Is Sarah in a state of mind where she can hear terrible news?
Hold on. Little pause.
Don't ask her.
He's going to ask her.
Yeah. No, he absolutely is.
Oh no.
Be cool, Kekano.
Oh, you don't say that out loud. That's just like
Sarah
my
says this and beams back to you what is basically a memory of Sarah, like right in Kekano's face, saying, "Tell them to get inside and just fucking tell me."
Okay, Fish goes, okay, looks like it's on me, ladies. It was nice knowing you all.
Oh,
And
no.
they go to tell Sarah the bad news.
As you go in the house, you can see this house is also pretty crowded, but there's definitely more room here, mostly because it's a larger house. And there's still some space on the couch. Some people are, all like the guest rooms are full, and some people are getting out sleeping bags and stuff like that. There's some extra cots and things like that. This is probably where you could sleep if you wanted to. And you walk in through the back door into the kitchen, and you see Sarah and Chris talking with Kekano in Sarah's arms, and she just turns on you, and she looks, even without rolling, she looks like she's really bracing for whatever you're gonna tell her. Like, today has been the shittest day possible. What could Fish tell me that could possibly be worse? Yeah.
Okay. So, unfortunately, friend of the family member married into the family, has passed. And we're pretty sure it was the ghost eater.
Sorry, who are you talking about?
I don't remember her name.
Friend of the family, married into the family by process of elimination.
I just want to say,
No,
out of character,
talking
me
today.
Inc. I remember her name. I just think it's
Um,
funny.
No, you are an excellent actor. We know.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just
Um,
wanted to-
be like,
She's
okay,
not
that
gonna
was
be
described
mad you forgot
3
she's
people.
dead.
Yeah, described 3 people. I saw 2 of them today. Are you talking about Tenna Whitecalf?
That's the one. Sorry, I shouldn't be.
Sorry, Tenna Whitecalf is dead?
Collisionist kind of steps forward and says, "Died 7 days ago. Violent."
What the fuck? And Chris is like, oh my god.
Isle says her cats got really fucked up too.
Metal's
And-
like, we were there. We found it.
Talk about the cats. Bad enough.
Sarah doesn't seem to
Isle's
process
twisting
that.
the knife.
Sarah doesn't seem to process part of that. Chris is like, oh my god, I loved her cats.
Oh no, Chris.
I would
Metal's like,
watch her
what?
sometimes when she goes out of town.
Metal's like, "Don't worry, I saved one." It's okay.
Sarah, I'm really sorry.
I honestly didn't think today could get any worse. You just made it worse. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I need to. I need to. Looks to Chris. Chris is like, uh, just call Gertrude. It's okay. Just go give her a call. We can tell the others tomorrow. Okay. Yeah. Just walks to another part of the kitchen, starts ringing up. Rings for a little bit of kind of like, Elder Longfisher might be asleep, but
It's 8
eventually
PM.
gets her on the phone and starts talking to her and is very softly describing that she was killed by the ghost eater. And Elder Longfisher is not taking it well. As that is happening, Chris comes over to you and is very quietly like, have you thought about where you're going to stay tonight? I mean, I've still got some room here. If you're willing to, just grab the couch or kind of, the living room's carpeted. So it's not the most comfortable, but
Can I run an inside check on Chris? Because Cal's still like, why isn't this man dead?
Yeah.
He's an agent for the Ghost Eater.
Yeah, roll an insight.
Ghost Eater.
I kind of wish this was lower because it would have been so funny if you're like, he's evil. That's gonna be a 14.
Okay. With a 14, he just kind of seems like a genuine guy. You get maybe a little bit of a vibe of like an energy between him and Sarah, but you have no notion with Cal's experience of whether that's like romantic or companionship or like, some sort of sibling relationship or what have you.
On a scale of like 1 to 10, how much hotter is Chris than Fish?
Chris is kind of like, Fish has got some things working out for them. That kind of like, boyish face and figure, mischievous grin, funny, makes you laugh.
They're cute in a weird way.
Yeah, exactly.
Chris is hot.
Chris is a lot closer to kind of
Great
like
God.
plastically handsome, but it's one of those things where you're kind of like looking at his face and being like, oh, you probably weren't super handsome like when you were like a young teen or something. Like the fact that you grew up and like filled out and became really muscular, kind of made your face in the right proportion, and you look a lot more attractive than you probably were at one point. And maybe
Good.
you
Growing
kind of
up ugly makes you good.
yeah, maybe kind of you carry this this energy of like not necessarily realizing how attractive you are.
Yeah, Cal's
Whereas
just like,
Fish knows, and that's bad.
what was that, Ink?
I said, whereas Fish knows they're good looking, and so that's very bad.
Yeah. No, it's true. Fish has had a lot of things go right just from raw charisma, and that tends to poison you over time.
Yep.
Yeah, Cal's just observing all of this like little freak. Does anybody respond to Chris?
Isle says, I'm sleeping outside.
Are you sure that's safe?
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe tonight of all nights, you should not sleep outside. I think we can find a couch in here somewhere. Sleep over. It could be fun.
I mean, I could
Fish.
find out when we get... Actually, no, I don't have... Isle doesn't say anything.
Fish would take the opportunity to like come to Isle's defense in the sense that like, oh come on, she can take care of herself. However, they're very fucked up right now over having upset Sarah. So they've just, got Kekino and just holding him. Just
I mean, if anything would make you, more comfortable, I'm sure I can set up. I have a white noise record I can set up for you that'll help you sleep. Um, maybe we can set you up in a room with a window open or something like that. Just let me know what kind of you're feeling so I can make this comfortable for you. I mean,
Collisionist says no windows, no doors open.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you don't have to sleep in the same room necessarily.
No windows, no doors, not in the
Oh.
entire house.
Okay. You know what?
All of us
Fair.
together.
Fair enough.
Well, I'll looks at. I'le's thinking is that if something is there, it's probably gonna hit her outside before it comes inside to everybody else.
Yep.
And that's.
All in her mind is like, I'm gonna see Isle curled up in a ball, and then I'm gonna take my big fucking like stick in the dirt and make like a sigil around
her. Like the SpongeBob circle.
Mm-hmm. The bears.
No sea bears.
Yes. No sea bears.
So you can absolutely insist on sleeping outside if you want. People don't think it's necessarily a good idea, but you absolutely can. And Chris seems like the kind of person to try to accommodate you. He'll offer you a tent if you want. He'll be like, okay, well maybe just like sleep like against the side of the house. You're closer to us or whatever.
I mean, I think that like with Cal's, like, I don't know. I'm not sure where. Decisions are hard.
I think we'll have we'll let Isle sort of waffle on that, and we'll kind of have Collision ask, may I have a marker, chalk, writing utensil?
Yeah, sure. He goes and he gets. He's got like he first gets you like a little pencil and a notepad, and then you're like a marker. He's like, oh, okay, and kind of like goes into a closet, comes back with like kind of a half-used like presentation pad and some random markers. Half of them are dry, but like trying to get you your materials.
Cool. I think
fading fast.
Okay,
yeah,
I'll write.
The problem is that you keep not making decisions.
Yeah, you keep being like, oh, I don't know.
That's because I'm
like,
tired.
About how we're sleeping.
I'll sleep inside. I'm sleeping inside at the front of the door.
Okay,
cool.
Against
the door like a dog.
Real quick, Cal's like hunkered down on the floor. She's got her notebook. She's transferring some sigils that are like general like protection, concealment, etc. kind of things, and she's drawing them bigger on the notepad, like transferring over the notes, so Fish can in turn carve or draw them onto the floorboards and stuff like that.
Yeah, so they start out on paper, like just being like, yep, I can do that, and then, yep, I'll just put that on the floor and not ask anyone about it. Just pull the rolls back over. You don't have to know about it.
Okay.
Move the rug back over so it's hitting.
You do set up in kind of like the main like sleeping space that seems to be left is this kind of living room attached to the kitchen where you were just talking. So there is a couch and a comfortable armchair. There's also a couple rugs, and as you go through the house, there's blankets and some cots and stuff, so you can arrange a sort of fine sleeping position. Not the most comfortable, but decent. And you see that generally there is, one of the guest bedrooms has some people in it with a little ice heart box on the dresser beside them. Chris is in the master bedroom. Chris is not in the master bedroom, even though this is his house. He took a smaller bed. What?
I said he's too much of a gentleman.
Yeah, he gave up his queen size bed to a family, and he's sleeping on a cot. Isle is curled up by the back door, I would assume, which is where you came in, which is like, maybe like 15 feet from where the rest of you all will be bedding down. Close enough that it's, not too unsafe, but far enough away that Isle is kind of like a first line of defense if something tries to go through the back door. Okay, and with that, we will close out our session, and we will start in on the learning of the symbols and preparations and security, and then passing the night in the next session. What's your question?
Yeah, no, Vienna, you go, then I have my thing.
Isle was going to basically wait until Fish is asleep and wait until kind of like the whole party's asleep, and then reading the words of it, it says it has to be a willing participant, but she was going to touch Fish and cast Bark Skin overnight.
Okay, that is something we will handle next session.
Yeah,
that's good. That's good.
Write that down.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
just like a little kiss to the
before
forehead.
before getting comfortable, Fish put Kekino down next to wherever Metal put the kitten.
They're gonna be friends.
Metal is like,
you hear a little cross chat of the kitten and Kekino, and Kekino is like, "You are very small," and the kitten is just like, "Arr." And he goes, "Yes, they do have food here."
I've seen so much death for one so young.
Oh.
Also, the cat probably does have a little more information, but you guys didn't interrogate it too much. It's sad.
Kekino's got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kekino can build up the rapport, and then we'll go in.
When they get comfortable.
Good cop, bad cop with Kekino.
Yeah.
If you don't tell us the truth, you're going to jail. Fish is lying. Nothing bad will ever happen to you.
we're gonna be like, Kekino, ask her, where is she? What happened? And Kekino's gonna be like, they're wondering where she is, if
You
you're
don't
okay.
have to tell us.
Like, how are you?
Fine. Are you okay?
Nice. Okay. Now that session is over, I will say that I did design kind of finding Tenna's place kind of a thing more for all of you, but that's totally fine. Specifically, the cat who I was insisting on coming with you is Mooney has told me several times now, Cal needs something good in her life. Cal needs just like a really scrungly kitten to take care of. I think Cal would be really great with a kitten. I think Cal needs a kitten. And I was like, okay, that was it. That was a while ago. And then I'm like, the back of my mind, I'm like, all right, gotta make sure Cal has the opportunity to get a kitten and bond with one. So
There's still time. It was like, what is more on brand than Collisionist had something good set up for her, and Metal took it without even realizing. And honestly, it's perfect. That's exactly what her life goes. She has no idea. She's barely registered this cat exists.
Is it based off what's her name? The cat? Your neighborhood cat?
We have a lot of neighborhood cats.
Yeah,
you mean,
but
Bree?
the one that you thought was lost.
Yeah, Bree.
Yeah. Is it based off Bree?
Not purposefully. Mooney was just kind of like, I want a kitty cat, little black kitty cat to match Cal's aesthetic. Get a kitty cat.
Don't worry, there's still time. We've only had this kitten for 2 hours.
Yes.
She can still love her.
And I was just like, oh, black cat, maybe make it a little more interesting than just like plain black. Bree is also a tuxedo who is almost entirely black with just little splotches of white. She's got a little bit on her chest, like a little bit on her chin.
Oh, baby.
And what else was I going to say regarding the cat?
The cat
Yeah.
has seen death.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
still looking for an opportunity, of course, to have Isle meet Unicorn for Vienna. That's probably not soon, unfortunately, because we're not
No.
in like Unicorn land right now. But I'm looking out for it.
There's no unicorns in Canada.
Also, I just want to say congratulations to Cal for completely dodging any questions about her hallucination.
Yeah, no, there was just so much
Really
other shit going
successfully
on.
turned it on fish.
Yep.
Calcel
Okay.
just feels really bad about what happened to them, and is like, I can just pile on, and that will mean
Yep.
nobody will ask me questions.
Mm-hmm.
I named the episode Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss. That's very hard to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
the name.
Okay. I'm going to say these things before I sleep. I think Martin Greer killed Tenna. I don't know why, but if her death,
I'm also suspicious of
Yeah.
White Man.
if it was
I
a-
have that thought.
yes. Patrick said something in a book about spirits who like their burial rites weren't done properly.
Yeah.
I think the ice hearts are maybe like making this dude angry and he's trying to eat them.
Martin has summoned this fucker
Yeah,
just
for
by
sure.
being there.
For
Yeah.
sure.
They also have the body that Martin stole for the university. So yeah, no, I'm also like, we gotta get
Yes.
to this. And it's also hard because I was like, I thought about bringing that up, but I was like, that's why I was like, maybe it's information. I was like, I think Cal would connect those dots eventually because she's had the most interaction with him by a lot, but also not her priority right now.
No.
I will also say that you all have been told many times that Martin is actually staying in Chisasibi. That's like
Yeah, he's
his
in the
main
hotel. We could have got
Oh,
his
yeah.
ass.
He's
Oh,
not in the hotel. He's renting a house, which you
okay.
Elder
Cool.
Longfisher
So we should
mentioned.
make a big sign like "Eat this guy."
Yeah.
This one.
This one right here. But yeah, he's
Hmm.
in town, and
Yeah, he killed her.
most likely he was meeting with and talking with Tenna frequently. So he's someone you can.
He would have killed her and then gone to the
ceremony.
festival, and I don't know if he was in a "I just murdered someone" mood.
So I think any normal person wouldn't be, but I think he's like a crazy idiot. But, like
Remember
anyone
how he
would
had like those evil eyes?
Yeah, anyone
When
would
did
just skip town, but he's an idiot.
When did we interact with him for the first time?
If you want the timeline, based on the clues that you have received, Tenna died 7 days ago. Her cats died 6 days ago, which is an interesting gap. And since Cal now knows that the cats died almost instantly all at one time, that wasn't like a lingering effect. Something else did something to them at a separate time. At around the same time the cats were killed, the car, Tenna's car disappeared, or potentially the day afterwards. Tenna's car does seem to have been there when Tenna was murdered and immediately afterwards, because Catherine said she noticed it gone 5, maybe 6 days ago. Then that brings us to Sarah picking up the party in Moosonee, I believe 4 days ago, and then meeting Martin for the first time 3 days ago.
We gotta kill that guy.
Yeah. For real. Right. I gotta die.
Yeah.
Good night.
Night, sleepy. No, it takes to follow you. Need to go to bed.
Good night. Great work. Suspicious.
I noticed
Suspicious.
Ink is not saying anything about the fact that they need to go to sleep.
Concerning.